Hey, happy President's Day. I'm Mr. Beat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for subscribing and liking and sharing and all that jazz. I uh I'm having a great time here. It's always one of my favorite holidays. It's not my favorite. My favorite's probably Christmas, but it's up there, top 5 for sure. And I got to do something for President's Day. People, they're like, "Do you really like presidential history?" And my response is always, "Yeah, of course." I might never get sick of American presidential history. That's my bread and butter. And so I'll probably be making president videos for the rest of my life. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'll change my mind in a couple years. I don't know. But on the internet, that's certainly what I've become, is like the American president's dude who makes too many American president videos. So that's why I'm doing this tonight. I'm doing it live. You're here in real time. Happy President's Day, Jack. Because we're talking about the political views of every American president in history, all 45 of them. I did something similar before. If you recall, about 4 years ago, I made a video in which I took the political compass test for every single president in American history, and then I share the results, but I didn't actually share with you me taking the tests. I kind of did it little by little over a period of about 3 weeks. And I think it would be better if you saw me take a political quiz for each president in real time. And so that's what we're doing tonight. But because, taking the political compass test, it takes about 10, 15 minutes to do it correctly. You want to take your time and really think things through. Per test, that's a lot of time. I didn't want this stream to be 10 hours long. And so that's why I found the world's smallest political quiz. And there it is. I don't know anything about the organization that made this thing, but the organization that has published this thing is called Advocates for Self-Government. And so it makes me a little suspicious, like this is probably a libertarian leaning organization. I know nothing about them, but I did take the quiz myself and I was like, this will suffice. This will do. So we're going to use this because it's the world's smallest political quiz. And so we're going to do this for every single one. Just, because it saves time. So thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for the super chat. Who was the most qualified and least qualified president in your opinion, pre-2000? Oh, I mean, the most qualified, George Washington. I mean, he's my favorite president. So easily, that's the first answer I think of. I mean, you look at his leadership when all the odds were stacked against him during the American Revolution. He shouldn't have won anything, but he was just a darn good leader. So yeah, I think he was probably the most qualified. But a quick or second place would definitely be Dwight Eisenhower. Least qualified president pre-2000. Probably. I mean, the thing is, James Buchanan was the worst, but he was actually, I mean, he had the credentials, he had the experience in Congress, and he definitely was able to get bills passed into law. That's a big part of the job. As far as being a commander in chief, though, he failed that entirely. He had no military background as far as I can recall. So that's a big part of it. If you think about it, every president in the 21st century, other than George W. Bush, has had military experience. But even George W. Bush was just in the Air National Guard. So I do think there's something to say about presidents who have military background. I generally think they do a better job than those who don't have a military background. All right. Let's go ahead and start taking this. So yeah, this is the world's smallest political quiz. You see it there on the screen. It is literally 10 questions. You have either agree, maybe or disagree for each one. I'm going to probably answer maybe for several presidents in the not in the modern era, because some of these things just were not relevant in 1803. You know what I mean? So would Benjamin Wade be a good president if he won? I don't know who Benjamin Wade is, so I cannot I cannot comment on that. On July 1st, can you do a Canadian Prime Minister quiz and get one right? I only know like a couple historical Canadian prime ministers, so I'm not the person who's qualified to do that. I'm so sorry. Thank you again. I love your video. So will you do one more for you? Also, do you still have a Brigham Young video planned? Holy crap. It's so weird you mentioned that. I do not have a very good opinion of Brigham Young. I will say that those who are members of the Church of Latter-day Saints, some people call them Mormons, generally are my favorite people in the entire world. Okay, I will preface it with that. But Brigham Young was a rotten person. Okay, he was not a very nice person. He made a lot of mistakes. He was a ruthless leader, and I actually ranked him the worst governor in American history based on everything I've learned about him. I am planning a video about him. In fact, I'm traveling to Salt Lake City in April to start filming for it. It probably won't come out until later this year, but I also plan on a video about Joseph Smith, because both of those folks just fascinate the heck out of me. Thank you for those. And Chris, thank you also. I'm having a wonderful President's Day. I hope you are as well. I like your PFP. All right, so let's get right into it. First up is this dude, George Washington. We're going to go in chronological order. All right. This will be interesting. Put it up on the screen so we know who's going here. All right. George Washington. George Washington's kind of hiding there behind the screen. That's okay. Can you all see that okay? I hope you can. Should I zoom in? What do you think? Zoom in a little bit. Is that better? Okay. Yeah, he's an obscure guy. The first president, in my opinion, still the best president in American history. You can't see. Mrs. Beat is texting me. You can't see. Well, let's just see what it looks like on my phone. All right, I'll zoom in some more. How about that? Better? Because we had this mistake when I did my political quizzes. I don't want to make the mistake again. Okay. All right, better. Okay, here we go. Personal issues and economic issues. Personal issues. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. Internet did not exist back then, but definitely the press did. Definitely speech did. So I would say George Washington would agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should not be a draft. I have not found any evidence that George Washington thought that there should be a draft. However, I could be wrong. Maybe he said it somewhere. We just don't know. And so I would probably put a maybe for him on that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I have found also no evidence whatsoever, all my years reading about George Washington, that he gave a crap about what people did in the bedroom. So I would say agree on that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Again, there is no evidence that George Washington thought that possession and use of drugs should be illegal. So agree with that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. This is a little bit more, probably disagree, because I would say there was the fear that, I mean, even just think about And the colonies, each colony had their own rules as far as workers, and it was different from colony to colony. So maybe it would be like depending on where they were at, but I think it's more nuanced here at the very least. So I'll put maybe. Economic issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Well, this is definitely something that did not exist back then. So for all of these, we're going to put maybe because we just don't know. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. This is something that he would probably not even understand the concept of health care. And so we're going to put maybe as well for that one. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. I don't think George Washington would be in favor for something like Social Security. I think the idea also would be foreign to him. So I put agree on that one. Replace government welfare with a private charity. I think that some government welfare George Washington was probably okay with. So this is an in-between one, maybe. And cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. I think generally he was for cutting taxes and government spending, so I would put agree if you look at least some of his speeches and statements and political leanings, although we don't know a whole lot about that. We're not going to do the optional question for any of these. Calculate my results. Oh. So, George Washington was a libertarian, according to the world's smallest political quiz. The layout here. Why is this so big? I want to move this over. Oh, that's better. Yeah. No, okay. Making this look... Okay, here we go. That's better. Is that... There we go. Now you can see the presidents aren't hiding behind... he was hiding behind the quiz. That was kind of... Check the comments here. Does anybody strongly disagree with any of how I answered any of the questions? Okay. If you're just now joining us, we are taking the world's smallest political quiz for every single president in American history. And we're going chronologically. Oh, yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. So next up, we've got, of course, John Adams. So let's put him up on the screen. And we will do this again. Actually, we should start. I'll screenshot these later. Yeah, I'll screenshot these later so I can post them up on social media. This is obviously not the best quiz. This is just meant to get something quick. And if you don't have much time, I didn't know about this quiz when I was still in the classroom teaching. But if I knew about it back then, I definitely would have had them take this because, it's just something easy. And the questions are easy to understand. Unlike I side with or 8 values or any of those, because they just get so complicated and really are just for political nerds like us. Okay, this won't take that long. Oh no, this is a short quiz. Let's go back to beginning here. Okay, we good? John Adams. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. Well, he infamously passed the Alien and Sedition Acts. Well, he didn't pass it. He signed it into law. Congress passed it. Those dang Federalists, huh? So he would disagree with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I don't know as much about John Adams as I do George Washington, but I do not recall him saying anything about a draft. So we could Google this one, but or does anybody in the chat know? He may not have an opinion on it. Again, if there's no opinion that we can see, no evidence either way, one way or the other, I should say, then we just put maybe. He did not have a military background, so there is that. I'll put maybe. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Again, I think he would agree with that, just like George Washington. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. He would also agree with that, just like with George Washington. I don't like how it scrolls down automatically. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I think that he would probably disagree with this one. You might disagree with me though. What do you think about this? John Adams. Oh, Mr. Ollie knows. Adams hated the idea of conscription. Okay, let's search that then. Views on conscription. Because if we can. Was it in the document Thoughts on Government, perchance, that he talked about that? I read that probably 15 years ago at this point. Let's see here. I'm sharing his this is a primary source, excerpts from. I don't know if there's anything. Is there anything in here about a military draft? Yeah, if we can't find anything, we'll just keep it at a maybe. These are just excerpts from it, not the entire thing. We don't really have time to look at the entire thing anyway. So we'll just yeah, I use DuckDuckGo. You go to Okay. Anyway, we'll keep it at maybe. I'm not for sure on that. So, but Mr. Ollie, thank you for your input there. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you're a stranger on the internet. You very well could be right. This is something I'm going to look up more later. Okay, economic issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Again, this is something that did not exist back then. John Adams probably couldn't even comprehend the fact that even ordinary folks would go to college to pursue a higher education. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. This is another thing as well. I'm probably going to have to put maybe on for for quite a while because I don't think. As far as let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security, I think that he would be similar to Washington, but probably not all the way to as Washington was. I think he would definitely be open to government subsidizing some of that. Replacing government welfare with private charity. No, I think he would be okay. He would disagree with that. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. I think it would depend on the specific thing you're cutting spending on. And there were some things that he would probably definitely be for cutting. But I think in general, he would disagree with that. So I'm just going to lean towards that. All right. So for John Adams, it's calculating. It's going to do this every time. Oh, John Adams would be a moderate by today's political standards. 50 on personal issues, 30 on economic issues. Oh man, oh yeah, I didn't know you. Well, I don't remember, but yeah, thanks for all the super chats, Zizzer Inc. Oh, you're a raised LDS. Interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah, I am also concerned about this upcoming election. It's very similar to 2020. I wish we had different candidates, frankly, for that reason. Thanks for all the support on there. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mrs. Beat is not feeling very well. So good vibes her way. Okay. So now we are on to a fella by the name of Thomas Jefferson. Do we need to speed this up? Probably so. Thomas Jefferson, the third president Definitely, I would say more libertarian is what I'm going to predict right now. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. Agree. Military service should be voluntary. I think he did talk about this. I vividly remember reading about this about Thomas Jefferson. No draft. Agree. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Agree. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Agree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I would say he would be maybe on this because I don't think there's any. He didn't really take a strong position on this that I can recall. Although he wrote a lot, so there's a lot of Thomas Jefferson that I have not read. Economic issues: taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. I think it's going to have to be a maybe because again, it's just not a concept that's even capable of entering the minds of the founding fathers. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Again, maybe. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. I would say he would agree with that. Replace government welfare with private charity. Not replace it, no. But yeah, he could definitely. This is another one where it could be. It depends on the issue. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. I think generally he would be all about that. So similar to George Washington. I'm predicting libertarian for TJ, and I was right. It's very similar to George Washington on that. By today's standards, again, these guys were living in the late 1700s, early 1800s, a much different time. So many things about that time, you wonder if they were even able to imagine what the world would become today. I just don't think they would be able to do that. And also, I think about this all the time. If they came in a time machine and visited, they came to the year 2024, and then they learned everything about today's politics and everything. I really think that many of them would be malleable. They would be open to changing their minds. A lot of these, especially these better presidents, were like that. They learned new information and they adjusted their positions on things. That's a really important thing to remember. And yet we are smarter today. We are. You're right, Jeff. We are. Man, on a roll here. Thank you. Dukakis versus Pat Buchanan, alternate timeline here. Who would you vote for? Honestly, I lean towards Pat Buchanan, even though he said some rotten things and was probably a bit xenophobic. Dukakis was not that good either. He kind of was the type of politician that was a little slimy and just said what people wanted to hear. That's always been my impression of Dukakis. But both of them kind of meh, not too excited about either one of those possibilities. Interesting alternate history possibility there. Okay, we're moving on to Thomas Jefferson's good friend, James Madison, the writer of the Constitution and many of the Federalist Papers, the shortest president in American history. That's a video coming up, by the way. I made a short about that, no pun intended, about the shortest and tallest presidents in American history. A lot of people wanted me to make that. So I was like, I don't want to do a whole video, like a long video about that. I'll just do a short. There we go. Good compromise. If you hear the sirens in the background, I don't think that's the police coming for me. I don't think so. Thank you, that political guy. I appreciate you. For your 2024 presidential election video, are you going to be putting RFK in the thumbnail like you did with Nader or Perot? Okay, that's a great question. So how I determine that is a magical number. That magical number is 5% of the popular vote. If a third-party candidate gets at least 5% of the popular vote, then I think that's big enough where they were a major player and they had a major effect on the results. Robert Kennedy Jr. very well could get more than 5%. He's polling right now much higher than that in many polls. He's attracting not just Democrats, but Republicans, maybe arguably more Republicans than Democrats. It's a fascinating movement. because he's really mostly a left-leaning guy, but then he's also like really pandering to people on the right, especially with the border security, which is more of a mainstream. I think that appeals also to independents, and also he's just kind of like leaning hard into like anti-lockdowns during the pandemic and anti-mask, anti-vaccine, all that stuff. So that's a great question. I love it. Yeah, I probably won't release my 2024 presidential election video until later than I did last time. If you recall, after the 2020 election, I released the video. I think it was the end of February. It was around President's Day of 2021, and that was a little too soon. There were a lot of people just really upset at me just saying that Biden won. I got a lot of angry emails after that, and it was quite astounding, actually. But yeah, definitely going to keep making the presidential elections in American history. Okay, next up, James Madison. Another guy who's going to have similar views to Thomas Jefferson, a limited government guy, although he became increasingly bigger, more powerful federal government guy later in his life. I mean, beginning with the Federalist Papers, you saw that, right? So let's see. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. Agree. I mean, he's still a Democratic Republican, right? They were all just completely irate about the Alien and Sedition Acts. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. He would agree with that. Although I'm assuming there because I don't remember actually reading that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I would agree with that as well. And remember, these guys were not that religious. They were mostly Christians, but they were not fundamentalist Christians. There's a distinction. Many of them, in fact, were Unitarian or deist even, like Thomas Jefferson. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Agree. Government should not target, detain, and report undocumented workers. I have no idea on this one. Does anyone have a guess where James Madison would stand on not targeting, detaining, and deporting undocumented workers? The thing is, we saw like he was really upset with what Britain was doing to the United States and the buildup to the War of 1812. So maybe his views changed in terms of like what the British were doing specifically. I don't know. Let's check the comments here. What are you saying? Deport Hamilton. Hamilton did nothing wrong. Come on. We don't need to deport Alexander Hamilton, okay? I think Madison would disagree because he was super upset with Britain at the time and didn't want foreign influence really at all. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We see this shift in the 18 teens, really. And it's the rise of nationalism for the very first time as well in the United States, where the country is starting to think of itself as like a country instead of just like different states. Well, he was like everyone else. They were already here before the revolution, so it's kind of a different category. Well, thank you so much, Dak Shore. It's good to see you here. I had a wonderful day. Hopefully, you had a good day as well. A lot of spicy comments here about Alexander Hamilton. Somebody from Australia. Good day to you. Good day, mate. That was not. I'm so sorry about that. Accents are not my thing. I do not do very well with those. Okay, well, we're just going to put a maybe on that. Economic issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Again, maybe. Same with the healthcare thing, maybe. And moving on, let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. I would say maybe on that because I think his views did kind of morph there. If you read some of what he was writing to people, I think his views did shift. I really do think that the older he got, and he lived a long life. Remember, he lived until the 1820s, 1830s even? No, 1820s. Yeah, he lived a long life. Replace government welfare with private charity. Maybe again. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, I would say he would disagree with that. So what we got for James Madison here? Oh my gosh, he was a progressive, according to this quiz. According to this really mediocre quiz, he was a progressive. Fascinating stuff. This is interesting. Bush versus Gary Hart. Who would you vote for? I think I would vote for Bush. Yeah, I mean it was a different Republican Party back then. It was way different than it is today. All right, we're moving on to somebody I know even less about, James Monroe. James Monroe, the fifth president. We had two presidents in a row with the initials JM. What the heck were we thinking? And both, I mean, all these Virginia guys. Come on, so many guys from Virginia, so many guys that owned slaves, that had huge plantations, people that come from tremendous wealth their whole lives, born into wealth, old money, but they're also pretty smart and they know the law. And they're also like about the ideals that we all share. So, they just kept it going. He was a safe bet. And also remember, James Monroe, the era of good feelings, baby. This is one of those rare times in American history where there were not sharp political divisions. Yeah, you just got to get nostalgic for that, okay? Especially living in the 21st century. James Monroe, government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would agree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I have no idea where he stood on this. I doubt anyone, unless they're somebody who's like an expert about James Monroe, knows about. I mean, I could search this, see if anything pops up, but I doubt anything does. Oh, look at that. The first thing that pops up, this is on law.cornell.edu. It's a site that I frequent often. It says here, towards the end of 1812, conscription of men for the army was proposed by James Monroe, then Secretary of War, but opposition developed and peace came before the bill could be enacted. I learned something new today. So, yeah, he thought that there should be a draft. Disagree. How about that? James Monroe, man. I'm disappointed in you. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Again, he would agree with that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I think he would agree with that. It was much different time, wasn't it? You're probably learning a lot about these personal issues with regards to like American history. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I would say maybe on this. I've read some things too where he was more in the camp of James Madison, like saying, we need to start at the very least regulating people that are here, and keeping track, and this would only like become more of an issue later on, especially when you see the rise of the nativist movements, the American Party, or AKA Know Nothing Party. Economic issues, taxpayers should not be responsible. Okay, these two again are going to be maybes because we just don't know. Let people control their own retirement. I would say agree for James Monroe. Replace government welfare with private charity. Maybe cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. I would say disagree with that for James Monroe. These economic issues are a little bit easier for me to like assume where they would stand than personal issues, I would say. So James Monroe is going to be a moderate, according to the world's smallest political quiz. Oh, wow, I got some more super chats here. Thank you. RFK versus Reagan in 1972. RFK. Easily RFK. Oh, man. It just sucks that happened, You always think about the what ifs, but 1968 in particular really hurts. Oh, Pokey the Scowling Cat. Thank you. I have a book called Jared's Jams, a poem for each day of the year. Many poems are about history. I think this fan base would like them. It's on Amazon. Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you for the super chat. That's amazing. My chair is making weird squeaky noises. Wow, look at that. Thank you so much. You've been a great source to learn about American history for this Indian. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so much. And from India, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was looking just the other day, and only about 64% of my audience is American. I've got like 4% that's from India. I've got like 5% from the UK, 6% from Canada, 4% from the Philippines. So a shout out to all my international viewers. That always trips me out. Like when I went to Scotland last year and I ran into somebody who was actually from Spain, who watched my channel in Scotland. I ran into them in Scotland, but they were also a tourist, but from Spain. It just really tripped me out. So thank you shout out to all my international viewers. Apollo, Mr. Beat, the Ohio Dynasty of Presidents is superior. Also, check out the lecture on the Ohio president by my professor, Kevin Kern. Oh, I know who Kevin Kern is. I have read some of his stuff, or I've seen his videos. You have Kevin Kern as your professor. That is amazing. There's a book that he wrote that, which one is it? Okay. No, am I thinking about a different Kern? Am I thinking of a different Kern? University of Akron? Okay, this might be somebody different. Dang it, I'm thinking of somebody. Oh, it was on C-SPAN, eh? Okay, no, I don't think I've seen him. No, I take that back. I have not seen who this person is. I will check them out. That name sounded really familiar. Okay, sorry, I got excited for nothing. Not NASA Rules 10. Thank you. I know you don't do a lot of space-related history, but would you be willing to make a video on Lisa Marie Caputo? I would strongly consider that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, and thanks for the super chat. Moving on to we have James Monroe. I'm sorry, John Quincy Adams. Yes, here we go. Now we're talk about a guy who was ahead of his time. You know, remember in the antebellum United States before the Civil War is what that means. We had very few presidents that actually did not own slaves. Okay. The first 5 presidents the first president, George Washington, owned slaves. John Quincy Adams' dad, did not. The next 3 owned slaves. John Quincy Adams did not. Andrew Jackson did. Martin Van Buren didn't. William Henry Harrison did. John Tyler did. James Polk did. Zachary Taylor did. Millard Fillmore, he did not. And then we had Franklin Pierce, who would have probably owned slaves. And same with James Buchanan. So many of the presidents in these early years were slave owners. I don't think a lot of people really think about that. And John Quincy Adams sitting here with his dad, both of them are like, slavery is horrible. What are we doing? And not apologizing about it, like talking trash all the time before it was trendy, before the abolitionist movement was even a thing. So always props to John Quincy Adams for that. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I would say he was more nuanced than his dad was on this, so I put maybe for him. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no. I'm pretty sure he was for a draft. Let me double check on that. I don't always like that this question's on here because, you know, there should be a little bit more. It's one issue of many, and I don't think it has as much weight as the other issues do that's on this quiz. So that's the problem with that. Does anybody know? I can't find information about this. Does anybody know about where John Quincy Adams stood on military service or conscription or the draft? He did defend them to a certain extent. He was not one of those like, Paul Revere, remember his famous drawing. he had a more reserved reaction for sure. I don't know if he would call it. It's been a while since I've read about this stuff, but I don't think he would say that he was like a big defender. He was more of just like okay, calm down, everybody, calm down. Let's be a little bit more rational. Okay, well, they have a podcast. Louis C.K. and Shane Gillis have a U.S. president's podcast. Get out of town. I had no idea about that. Yeah, I have a video about the Amistad case, by the way. And there's a movie. I highly recommend the movie Amistad. All right. I'm just going to put maybe for military service should be voluntary. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Again, he would agree with that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Again, he would agree with that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I don't think he had a firm stance one way or the other. I'm going to put maybe on this one for John Quincy Adams. Taxpayers should not be responsible for. Okay, we're skipping over these two again. The healthcare and student loan, we're going to skip it over until we get to the 20th century at least, probably, unless I have some weird insight. Let people control their own retirement. Privatize Social Security. I would say actually everything that I understand about John Quincy Adams is he would probably, I mean, he wouldn't call it this. He wouldn't actually describe it the same way. But I think if he was around when there was actual debate about whether or not we should have Social Security, a program in place for the elderly and disabled to help folks who can no longer work, so that their basic needs would be met, I think he would actually disagree with privatizing it. I think he would classify it as something that should be public. Replace government welfare with private charity. I would say disagree. Yeah. At the same time, yeah, he was also like a fiscal conservative in many ways. Similar somewhat to his dad, I would say, but maybe even more so. I'll put maybe for that on the cut taxes one. All right, so for John Quincy Adams, he is a progressive. Oh, those dang progressives, that want to end slavery. Oh my gosh, I'm getting more super chats. That's amazing. Thank you so much for all of your support. As far as a second term, would the United States be better? It's hard to say. That's a good question. It's a tough question because, in many ways, our country is better off. As I said in my video about Andrew Jackson, I think our country has been better off because Andrew Jackson became president, because he tapped into a bunch of things like, decentralization in general, I think is a good thing. Localism, wanting to break apart big companies and banks. Most importantly, expanding democracy. And so I just don't see that happening as quickly if John Quincy Adams was around 4 more years. I think we needed that change. So yeah, it's weird to say that because John Quincy Adams was, in my view, a better president probably than Andrew Jackson, but Andrew Jackson unleashed all this good stuff. I say the same thing about Donald Trump, by the way. I don't hide the fact that I feel negatively about Trump. I think Trump was not a good president, but he unleashed some good things. I think we're seeing some good things in terms of the populism that has emerged in the Republican Party. That you just didn't see before. Ordinary folks are having their voices heard, and they wouldn't have had their voices heard if it weren't for the MAGA movement. People probably, it hurts for me to say that, but I think it's a similar thing with Andrew Jackson. It's more than just one person. You got to look at like all the changes broadly. Oh, thank you so much, LeBron James. LeBron James, if that's really you, that's amazing. Thank you for the super chat. We're moving on now to, the aforementioned Andrew Jackson. Easily one of the most controversial presidents in American history. And I'm definitely going to think he's not. I would say he's more conservative, actually. Just Uh, this is definitely a big change, though, from the previous 6 presidents. I hope that you, if anything, know that one fact that Andrew Jackson was a president wildly different than any president before him, even after him. It really shook things up. And that's why they call it like a whole era, Jacksonian democracy. They call that in history books a literal period in history because him becoming president and the things he did while he was president permanently transformed the country for better or for worse. So let's take his political quiz. Look at his political beliefs, eh? Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I think Jackson would. Maybe. Actually, maybe. I think there are certain things he would be just fine with because he talked trash about the media from time to time. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. Okay. I think I remember saying something about this. Now remember, he was a military man himself. He was somebody who did not join the military as a young man, but later in life, I was like, yeah, I want to do this. It's kind of hard to say with him. What do you think about this? I'm really struggling with this question for many of the presidents. Like conscription has definitely been one that's. Oh, thank you so much, Lord of Nothing. I never would want to run for president. Maybe Chris will, and I can just like be his advisor because I don't want to do it. Okay. That's true. It's a great band. Andrew, no, that's not the comment I wanted to highlight. This one. The best thing Andrew Jackson did was give us the punk band, Andrew Jackson Jihad. That's a great band. Totally. Totally. What else here? All right. Well, I don't think you know. So we'll just go with maybe on this one. Dang it. Dadgummit. Even though Andrew Jackson appears to be in the chat. Hello, Andrew Jackson. Thanks for joining us. Can you give us your opinion on conscription? All right, whatever. We'll put maybe on that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I would say agree for Jackson on that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I would say agree with that. Government should not target, detain, and see. This is where I think he would probably disagree. Yeah. Economic issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Again, like I'm putting maybe for this one in healthcare for all of these 19th century presidents and 18th century presidents as well. But the thing is, like, I might be able to predict this. I think that he would probably agree with this. I'm just going to go ahead and put agree with this on that. Government should not be responsible for providing healthcare. I think he also would probably agree with that, but I don't know. Hard to say on certain things. I'll put maybe. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. Yeah, I would say agree with that for Andrew Jackson. Replace government welfare with private charity. I mean, he didn't really speak about this that much, from what I could recall. It was, it was always about tariffs and federalism back then. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, I think he would disagree on that. So this maybe won't be conservative. I don't know. This is going to be maybe a weird one. It is moderate. Yeah. Leaning towards libertarian for Andrew Jackson. Okay. Yeah, this quiz is something. I mean, the thing about Andrew Jackson is that we can't deny that he expanded the power of the presidency. Especially, you look at what he did, ignoring the Supreme Court, the nullification crisis, the National Bank. These are all things that expanded the power of the presidency. The president really didn't have much power in the early years of the Republic. They really did not. Oh, LeBron is here again. Thank you, LeBron. How do you think Biden will be viewed by historians? It's really too early to say. I think he will be viewed more positively than he is now. That's all I can say. Right now, he's not viewed very well by most people. Although there was one random survey I saw where he was ranked like 15th or something. Somebody tweeted it out. I don't know how legitimate that survey was, but it was supposedly historians. What's your most controversial political opinion? I want to get rid of the minimum wage. However, I would like to replace it with universal basic income. I think that's probably my most controversial political opinion. Honestly, most of my political opinions are pretty basic. People think I'm this controversial guy, like on Twitter especially, but I think it's really just like my views are often the views of the majority of Americans. So that doesn't make that I'm sorry, like I'm just boring. Mr. B, are you on board for Carter in 2024? Yes, of course. By the way, he is still kicking at 99 years old. Let's give it up for Jimmy Carter. 1 year in hospice care, and apparently he's doing just fine. He is doing just fine. 96, Gore versus Gingrich. Yeah, easily Al Gore in that election. All right, I'm caught up with the super chats. So let's go back to this. We got one more. Thank you, Ravy. Can you do more research on the Utah War before governor's video? Don't like Brigham Young, but Buchanan fabricated the conflict. There was no reaction until the military was sent to intimidate the settlers. Yeah, I had somebody email me about this, and they said you need to look more into this because it could have been just propaganda to justify what Buchanan did, sending federal troops there. So I will definitely do that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm sure by the time I'm done researching for the Brigham Young, I'm just like, oh yeah, he actually wasn't that bad of a guy. It was a similar thing with George Soros. I went in like to the George Soros video, like thinking I'm going to hate this guy and just I have to try not to like I'll try not to bash him too much. And then I ended up just like being kind of bored with him. The more I learned about him, I was like, oh, he's not really the devil after all. Dang it. Buchanan or Young? Oh gosh, no. How about neither? Making me choose between both of those? Oh no, neither. Thank you, Ethan. Man, look at all these coming in. What a President's Day! Oh, happy President's Day, everyone. Thank you so much, Ethan. I'm glad both of you watch. Tell your girlfriend. Thank you as well. Bandito. Suavecito. What is the likelihood of electoral college votes switching to Biden if there are felony convictions for Trump? I think it's, it comes down to about 7 or 8 swing states. I think Arizona and Nevada will definitely be for Biden if there are felony convictions. Pennsylvania definitely stick with Biden. Georgia stick with Biden. I predict that Biden's going to pick up North Carolina. I mean, it doesn't even matter that he can't talk, that he's old, and people are just, because people aren't voting for Biden as much as they're voting against Trump. They're voting for Democrats in general. So even if it's like the corpse of Joe Biden, even if he's dead, I mean, hey, guess who takes over after he dies? It's Kamala Harris. Do people hate her too? Well, not as much as probably as Biden. I think a lot of people are just voting for the political party. And so I don't think there's going to be now the key people to watch in the swing states are the independents. And that's where I think you need the felony convictions play more of a role. And yeah, I think that for most independents, they're going to have a hard time living with themselves if they vote for a convicted felon, especially someone who's sitting in prison on Election Day 2024. That's a possibility. That's a strong possibility. We didn't even think that was possible a year ago. Yeah, so I would say as bad as Biden has been, as far as like as controversial as he's been and unpopular, especially with younger folks, he's still probably, come on, look who he's running against. Trump is unpopular anyway, so you put the felony convictions on top of that, I just don't think he stands much of a chance, especially with younger independent voters. Oh, yeah. Make sure they're like Jimmy Carter. And thank you, the Lord of Nothing. Did I get them all? My goodness. Okay. I try to get all the super chats, but sometimes I miss some. Okay. We're moving on to Martin Van Buren. Everybody's waiting for Martin Van Buren. I can't even say his name. I'm so excited about Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren, the 8th president of these United States. I know very little about him politically, actually, other than the fact that, remember, he was one of the founders of the Democratic Party. He was a big reason why Andrew Jackson became so popular. He was like one of the most influential figures to prop him up on the national stage. Martin Van Buren also left the Democratic Party and joined the Free Soil Party. He was against the expansion of slavery out west, okay? A complicated guy, but on many issues, I just don't know exactly where he stood. I mean, he was definitely back and forth on tariffs. That was the big issue of the day, okay? So let's see. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would say generally he would agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. I have no idea. I have no idea. Martin Van Buren, military draft. I really should know this. Yeah, he didn't serve in the military, so but a lot of times folks who didn't serve themselves are like, yeah, they're war hawks. They like everybody should join, even though I didn't. It's weird. So I'll put maybe for Martin Van Buren. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah, he was not that religious, so I'll say agree with this. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Yeah, you would agree with that. Isn't that crazy? All these early presidents would be for that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I think this is something he would be kind of in the middle on. So I'll put maybe. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Maybe healthcare. Maybe let people control own retirement. Yeah, I would say agree. Replace government welfare with private charity, maybe, and cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. I mean, at this point, are we going to have any more presidents that are wanting to do that? Probably not. Probably not. So Martin Van Buren is a moderate, but right there, close to libertarian and progressive. Isn't that crazy what's happening with when we take a modern political quiz and we apply it to historical figures? This is what we get. Now, that might show that, again, this is just a horribly flawed political quiz, but, it's okay. We're needing to do this quickly. It's already been an hour, and I need to get through all the presidents. So are we going to make it before the end of President's Day? I don't know. So let's keep on moving here. But we have somebody, and again, Zizzer Inc. tonight, just coming through with the super chats. So you moved to Georgia from Utah. We're getting to know you. Okay, speaking of Carter, who would win a second term in 2000, Bush Sr. or Carter? Oh, interesting. Carter was still much more unpopular back then compared to today. Like today, Carter's popularity is arguably higher than it's ever been. So, I mean, there's just this nostalgia for him, especially with younger people who weren't even alive when he was president. So I would say they'd still go with Gore. Thank you so much, Hunter. I appreciate that. And from Canada, it looks like. Thank you so much. All right. So we are moving on now to William Henry Harrison, who we know even less about politically, but we're going to do our best. There he is. William Henry Harrison. Only president for 30 days, the shortest tenure in American history. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would say agree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I do think that he would have been probably a draft guy. He, of course, was a military man himself. But, I just get vibes that he would be that way. I don't think we have any evidence of that. So, I'll put maybe. Putting maybe a lot for that one. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah, agree. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Yeah, I agree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I would say disagree on that. He was definitely had some xenophobic and very racist views. Economic issues, taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Again, maybe healthcare, maybe let people control their own retirement. I would say agree on that. Replace government welfare with private charity. Maybe cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, I disagree. This is, again, I don't know a whole lot about William Henry Harrison. He's a moderate according to the world's smallest political quiz. We went through that quickly, just like William Henry Harrison was quickly president. And then we moved on to John Tyler. All right, so John Tyler, 10th president. I would say he's one of the worst presidents now. He didn't make my worst 10 list a few years ago, but the more I learn about him, the more I'm just like, gosh, this guy kind of sucked. Especially looking at what he did during the Civil War, as far as how outspokenly favorable he was for the Confederacy. And just a guy who just had really reactionary views, incredibly racist, even for his time. Yeah, so just not a good fella. Shout out to Goodfellas, one of the greatest movies of all time, though. Okay, so he's probably my 11th or 12th worst at this point in American history. Anyway, his political views. There's nothing about slavery on this political quiz, so let's just go with this. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would say maybe for that. Military service should be voluntary. Maybe. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah, still agree. We're still at this point. We're just like, I don't think they even comprehended the idea of government regulating this stuff. This is something that came later in the 1800s. I know, right? It's just crazy. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Yeah. The government should not to target, detain, and deport. Nah, he would definitely disagree with that. And maybe for those two, let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. I would say agree for John Tyler. Replace government welfare with private charity. Maybe cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Now, when it comes to, he was a staunch Federalist in terms of, like, he was a big states' rights guy. And that's why he made the Whigs so mad. Even though he ran as a member of the Whig Party. He was on the Whig ticket with William Henry Harrison. But at the federal level, I could actually see him going for this, cutting taxes and government spending by 50% or more. So I'll put agree with that. And this will probably make him more conservative, I think, according to this quiz. Now, he's still moderate, but close to libertarian. Okay. But this is maybe one of the more conservative presidents we've ever had, actually. This is so fascinating to see because you see, I mean, you can't predict how they would vote on healthcare or, student loan debt. You can maybe get vibes, but I don't want to be. That's why I'm always like, okay, put maybe. But at the same time, because the quiz is so short, you end up with a lot of presidents historically that look like they're way more progressive than they actually are, according to this quiz. So that's just how it goes. But we're having fun, right? We're having fun. Happy President's Day if you just joined us. We're taking the world's smallest quiz, political quiz. I'm sorry, the world's smallest political quiz, as if we were every president in American history. I did this years ago with the political compass test. I had similarly crazy results, but again, we do it for the fun. Kyle, thank you so much. Any advice for someone who will be a social studies teacher in 2 years? You can never plan too much. Just over plan all the time and be ready for things to go wrong and things to change, and be ready to throw out your plans, because that happens regularly as well. But it's okay. It's all gravy. As long as you get along with your students and you love the students' None of that stuff really matters. They will do what you want as long as, they feel like they're being respected. And yeah, that was the main thing primarily that I focused on, is like building the relationships with the students, because then everything else kind of falls in place. Good luck to you. That's exciting to have a new social studies teacher out there in the world soon. Again, thank you. Oh, well, it's my pleasure. And thank you for all your support tonight, man. Junie, wow, thank you for good to hear from you. Anti-miscegenation. Oh, yes. Now, this is something that wasn't even considered an issue in the mainstream political arena for many years. I think when we think about, see, this is hard for people to comprehend. In some ways, after the Civil War, a lot of Americans became even more racist, because what happened, because remember, it's a very similar situation with today. Like, a lot of people that think they're not racist, they don't interact with people of a different skin color ever. And so they just, oh, I'm not racist. No. But then they have these stereotypes and these prejudices that they don't even realize they had, and then they just kind of come out. A lot of things like that, like in terms of okay, we'll just say interracial marriage. It's easier for me to say. Interracial relations wasn't even a thing that they thought about in the North that much. I mean, because it just didn't happen. If it did happen, it was hush hush. It was rare. And so if it doesn't happen, then it's not an issue. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but like, that's why in many ways you kind of like you, okay, imagine going back to the 1880s and like talking to people about transgenderism. Most people wouldn't even know what you're talking about, because it was something that was so far in the closet. They had no idea. This is not something that was discussed at all in the open. People suppressed it, even though it's existed for many as probably as long as humans have been around. There has been transgenderism. And so, but the fact that we just started talking about it, that opened up like, oh, then all these people are reacting based on their impulses, their chimpanzee-brained impulses. Okay, we fear change, among other things. So anyway, but that's a good thing that, in terms of the first laws that passed, I think many of them passed during the Jim Crow era. I believe so. But I'll double check on this. I always spell it wrong. Miscegenation. So the first ones go back to the colonial times. The French government did it. 7 of the 13 colonies had laws against interracial marriage. So yeah, as far as presidents taking positions on this, I don't know of any that ever made this like an issue on their campaigns or anything. So yeah, I'm going to start considering that, though. That's maybe going to alter. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. What's your opinion on Woodrow Wilson? Yeah, he's among the worst presidents in American history, in my opinion. Leviticus Prime, good to see you. Someone should make a political quiz based on 1700s and 1800s politics to show how different politics were then. I agree. You should do it. You do it. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. Sarah, thank you. Eli, future president from Michigan, says hi. Well, hello, Eli. Let me know when you campaign, and maybe I can give you some advice. You could take it or leave it. Goldfish Media, thanks for the many years of great videos, Mr. B. I've learned so much. Well, thank you, Goldfish Media. I appreciate that. All right. We're moving on to James Polk. All right. I got to put the picture up. Remember, James Polk was he was like the first dark horse candidate. I was just saying this on a stream earlier today. I do a stream every Monday morning at 9 a.m. Central on Twitch exclusively. But over there, I was saying it was, if this was February of 1844, we didn't know, no one knew who James Polk was unless you were like from Tennessee and you actually paid attention to politics. As late as the summer of 1844, few Americans knew who James Polk was. But at the convention, all of a sudden, he was this guy that just rose to the top in terms of delegate votes. And then, boom, out of nowhere, we have James Polk as the nominee. No one saw it coming. All of a sudden, everyone's looking at James Polk. But it's not until like September, October of 1844, right before the election. And so I was trying to put into perspective, like historically, like, oh, a lot of people are like, oh, it's going to be Trump versus Biden this year. Duh, it's inevitable. They're the front runners. It's going to happen. But I was trying to explain that, sometimes things change quickly. Okay. So don't just make assumptions, especially when you have one candidate who is facing 90 some indictments and another candidate who is facing time. Actually, both of them are. They're both old, very old men. So these are unique circumstances, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. But yeah, the first true dark horse candidate, James Polk. We're going to start considering where they would have stood on interracial marriages. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I think in some ways he'd be okay with that, actually. Maybe for that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think if you look at the Mexican-American War, I'm pretty sure there was a draft. Wasn't there a draft during that war? Or am I going crazy? I'm thinking of the Civil War. Maybe I'm thinking of no. There was no draft during the Mexican-American War. A big reason why that war happened was because of James Polk. He was aggressively wanting to invade Mexico. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just search James Polk's views on military conscription. He had limited military background himself, by the way. Yeah, we don't have any information on that. Does anybody know in the chat? Again, we're at the conscription question here. Yeah, it was definitely his war. All right, I don't think we know. This Space Jace says there was conscription on both sides. And well, what about the American side? You sure about that? I used to know this. I haven't read up on the Mexican-American War for a very long time. The thing is, it was pretty quick. The Americans really didn't need to force people to join the military because they already had enough people to easily kind of take down Mexican troops. Plus, there were plenty of volunteers that were just like Polk who were right there with them. Many of them voted for Polk, and they're like, yeah, let's take that territory. We're taking Texas. We're taking California. Let's just take all of it, baby. So I don't know if they needed to have a conscription during that. I don't think they did. What's your evidence that they did? Well, I try. I try. It's hard to do with quizzes like this. But yeah, I mean, every president's complicated. You don't want to make them look like a caricature. I appreciate that. Well, hello. Mr. Beat's #1 fan. Well, holy crap. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much, Flamsy. What would have happened if the election of 1876 didn't end with the deal between the North and South, Second Civil War, Reconstruction? I do not think a Second Civil War would have happened. I do think we would have seen more tensions, probably more limited violence. It wouldn't have been widespread. We would have seen possibly an insurrection in D.C. at the Capitol, similar to what we saw on January 6, 2021. That's for sure. Where there would be, because there was a lot of people that were crying foul on that election, and so I think ultimately they did what they needed to do, even though it wasn't pretty. I mean, we know what happened afterward. That's when Jim Crow laws went out of control, and that's when the South in general just took a huge step backward. No longer did you have African Americans in power. So it's one of those things where it's like, man, that's a really crappy time for African Americans from 1877 to all the way up really to the Civil Rights Movement, because they were legit making progress before 1877. Oh, man, we got some more here. My goodness. But we just don't. If they were around today, maybe they would think otherwise. Is what I tend to think of when I view these questions. James Polk, he moved there as a teenager, not as a child. When we think about that video where I talked about where presidents grew up. So if they're a teenager, I think he was 14 when he moved there. He's already grown up by that point. Same thing with Andrew Johnson. He moved to Tennessee when he was about that age as well. I'm pretty sure James Polk didn't move there until he was a teenager. Yeah. Right? Or are we mixing up James Polk and Andrew Johnson? Putting me on the spot. Gosh dang it. Now I got to look this up. I'm not an encyclopedia. Making me look this stuff up. James Polk moved to Tennessee. When? When did he move to Tennessee? Okay, he was 11. Okay. Fair enough. He was 11 when he moved to Tennessee. I think Andrew Johnson was 14. All right, fair point, Parker. You got me. Thank you for the super chat. I should have adjusted the video. Did Mexico have more than 20,000 in the war? I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but their military was comparatively weak. Let's just go. Okay, let's go back to the quiz here. We'll put maybe. And we're going to put maybe too, because now that the interracial thing is kind of altering things. I still don't think presidents at this time thought that drugs should be illegal. The temperance movement was just now beginning in the 1840s. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I think he would disagree with that. Taxpayers should not be responsible for. Okay, these are the student loan debt. Maybe for that one as well. Privatize let people control their own retirement. I would say agree with that with James Polk. Replace government welfare with private charity. More nuanced for Polk on that. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, you would disagree with that. So for James Polk, we have, drum roll, please. He's a moderate. Holy crap. Didn't see that coming. Moderate for James Polk. If you saw one of these assassinations, would you choose Garfield or Kennedy? Wow. I think things were already set in motion across the country before Garfield, whereas I think things would have sped up a lot if Kennedy was still around. Although that said, Lyndon Johnson did a pretty good job overall as far as like trying to keep the vision that JFK had. The one exception that I think that we can't downplay is I do think that Kennedy would have de-escalated in Vietnam. the Vietnam War would not have happened like it did if Kennedy was still alive. So I lean towards Kennedy on that, mostly because I can maybe predict what more would happen. That's up to Congress. Maybe that you could make a video in the future about what each president did after leaving office. I plan on it. That's a wonderful suggestion. By the way, Pavlovich with Hitler as your PFP, and it me Robin. Thank you for your super chats. Okay, now we are moving on to Zachary Taylor, who is about as apolitical as you can get, pretty much compared to all other presidents. We know very little about his political views. He kept them secret. In fact, we don't even know if he voted before he was elected president. We don't have those records. So he was kind of a wild card in many ways. We get a glimpse of how he thought about things with his views on the Compromise of 1850. But other than that, that's all we get. So we'll do the best we can. We're probably going to do maybes all the way down for Zachary Taylor. Maybe. I would say, he was a military guy. His whole career, he was a military man. Yeah, let me search this one for him because he may actually have an opinion on it, actually. Or if you know in the chat, as always, please let us know. All right. Yeah, we'll put maybe. Nothing is popping up. Maybe for the consenting laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, I think I agree for that. Government should not target, detain, or deport undocumented workers. See, I have no idea for this for Zachary Taylor. Maybe for the student loan debt, healthcare. Maybe for control their own retirement, replace government welfare with private charity. Maybe cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Probably disagree on that one. So let's see where he's probably more progressive than I realize. Okay, still a moderate for Zachary Taylor, according to this. Again, mediocre quiz. This quiz, I hope you can see, is even worse than the political compass because it's short. It's way too short and very few issues it's actually judging on. Constitutional monarchy? No, it's not. I think so. Although he owned slaves, so there's that. So maybe the slavery thing. No. Harrison, hey, good to see you. Here, I need to make a video about that. Mr. Beat 100 times every live stream. I know. If you see the list I have of every video idea, it's a bit overwhelming. There's over 1,000 video ideas on there. Literally, I'm not even joshing you. No cap, as the kids say. All right. Did he just say that? That's cringy. Now we're moving on to Millard Fillmore, everybody's favorite. Millard Fillmore. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I would think you would agree with that. The draft, don't know. Maybe on that one. Same with... now we're starting to get into some presidents here who are a bit more religious. Millard was a little bit more religious, definitely way more religious than Zachary Taylor, but we're still kind of in iffy territory. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. He was a little bit sensitive to the temperance movement, but we'll put maybe for that. Depends on the type of drug. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I think he would probably. Look who recruited him later on. Okay, it's the elephant in the room. Although we're not talking about the Republican Party, we're talking about the Know-Nothing Party, the American Party, the Nativist Party that was all about these dang immigrants. This nativism had become mainstream practically by the 1840s and 1850s. Really sad. So yeah, disagree on that. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. He was big on education, but we still just don't know much about these issues. Same with healthcare. Let people control their own retirement. I would say he's in between on this one as well. And same thing with government welfare. He's somebody who thought that the government should step in on certain things, certain public goods and services should be considered. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No. Millard Fillmore would be I wish maybe I should have logged in here because this keeps popping up and it's annoying. But no, he would be a moderate as well. Millard Fillmore, the moderate, according to the world's smallest political quiz. Okay. Next up, we've got Franklin Pierce, one of the worst presidents in American history. Government should not censor speech. I think agree. Military service should be voluntary. I have no idea for Franklin Pierce. We're going to put maybe. We don't know. We don't know. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I don't think he would. I think he would be agree on that one. Everything I read about him. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I mean, he really liked the alcohol. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. He's caught up in the times, so disagree on that. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt, maybe. Government should not be responsible for providing health care, maybe. Let people control their own retirement. Probably agree. He was a dough-faced Democrat, replaced government welfare with private charity. Probably agree. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Disagree. That's going to be basically disagree from here on out, I imagine. Yeah, I know I said that earlier, but I think I mean that now. Franklin Pierce is still a moderate, but almost a libertarian, according to this quiz. It's going to make everybody seem like a libertarian, I swear. Okay, we've got James Buchanan, often considered the worst political or the worst president in American history. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I think he had conflicting views on this, actually, so maybe. Military service should be voluntary. I don't know. James Buchanan, military. Yeah. I know he didn't serve in the military. I know that much. Yeah, he made some poor military decisions. I could see him going for it, but we'll put maybe. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Some people say he's our only gay president, although there's no evidence for that. It's purely conjecture, as they say. We'll put maybe. With drugs, I think he's kind of more in between on that as well. I disagree with that. With as far as deporting undocumented workers, maybe for student loan debt and healthcare. Let people control their own retirement. Yeah, I would say agree with that. In between for the government welfare, and then as far as cut taxes and spending 50% or more, disagree. Calculate my results, and you've got another moderate, although he's more towards authoritarian than most of the other ones. Okay. Yep. Oh, I got some, man. Thank you so much for all the super chats. I was a little surprised to see so many. What previous president would win the Democratic nomination over Biden? Well, Jimmy Carter's too old. Bill Clinton is too old probably as well, as a matter of fact. So that just leaves Barack Obama. And yeah, if that's what you're asking, I think Barack Obama would definitely win. I think he's still popular enough. That's why there were even rumors about Michelle Obama running, just kind of based on the lingering momentum of Obama, actually. It's kind of crazy. But she has expressed no desire to do that. Thank you for that. Did the Monroe Doctrine make USA isolated? No, quite the opposite. It made it was one of the first steps towards internationalism in many ways, saying, "Hey, we're going to get involved with foreign affairs." Before this, they were not involved much at all, other than the Quasi War and the Barbary Wars, which were very limited in scope. This bold declaration was like, "Hey, we're going to actually do stuff in the future," and it was like it was just it was fighting words, is what it was. Like, even though Monroe himself didn't write those words, but the policy was like, yeah, we're going to protect our neighbors, and there was no turning back after that. If you could resurrect one deceased failed presidential candidate to run today, and they were guaranteed to win, who would you pick and why? I did a failed presidential candidates video, and Robert LaFollette, I think, was at the top. I still like him. He's not perfect, but I think just his views were way ahead of his time. He was passionate, had all the good characteristics of somebody who makes a good leader. I mean, it's hard just to pick one. There were actually quite a few. The more I think about it, the older I get, there's several. But these days more, I want somebody that can unite the country. And so when you're talking about failed presidential candidates, there's not a lot of ones that lost that I think would be able to unite everyone. Maybe Wendell Willkie. I really liked Wendell Willkie a lot. That's another one that comes to mind. Actual quote from Franklin Pierce there. Yep. Thank you, Apollo. Are Ellie for military? What does that mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. All right, back to the quiz. We're up to who's considered often the greatest president in American history. You all love him. Most of you love him. Very few hate him. Most historians say he is legit the best president we ever had. President during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln. And most importantly, started the trend of bearded presidents. Finally, we're getting to some bearded presidents. All right. So Abraham Lincoln was definitely ahead of his time, but also I think most importantly about him is that he was somebody who was malleable in terms of his political beliefs, not ideological. His views morphed and he changed his mind when he was given new information. I think that's underrated these days. To continue to grow as a person, be curious when you encounter new perspectives and new situations. It's a good thing. It's good. So yeah, government should not censor speech, press, media. Okay, well, the fact is that he did do that during the war. So we have evidence that he did censor speech during the war. So he would disagree with that. Military service should be voluntary. Okay, there was a conscription during the Civil War. So again, he's going to disagree with that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I think he was more conservative, actually, in terms of this, but I'm still going to put maybe. Repealing laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Yeah, I would say he would agree with that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I would say he would have a more nuanced view on this. So maybe. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Okay, maybe. Should not be responsible for health care. Okay, maybe. This is okay. So we know that he actually wrote to Karl Marx, and he had certain views that leaned towards socialist. So I'm going to actually say that he would be against this, and he would say, we need something like Social Security, based on everything I've read about Abraham Lincoln. Replace government welfare with private charity. No, I'd say disagree. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, disagree. So Abraham Lincoln is an authoritarian. Oh my goodness. But he's getting closer to progressive though. Okay. So you can see why Abraham Lincoln doesn't quite make my top 10. But again, this is a quiz that appears to favor libertarianism and limited government, and is from an organization called advocates for self-government. So, okay, whatever. I know a lot of you don't like this quiz. I agree. It's not a good quiz, but it's, again, the world's smallest political quiz. We have to get through them all, by golly. So that's why we're doing it. Yeah, Patrick, and thank you for that. I'm surprised we haven't seen more cases, progressive and conservatives, coming up as the opposite, since many things that were once considered one or the other in the past have changed. Very good point, Leviticus Prime. Very good point. Would you make a video about updates to the Constitution that you see necessary, overdue? I've already done that. It's my top 10 amendments to the Constitution video. I released it about, oh, well, man, I think that was 4 years ago now. So yeah, check it out. It's there. It was a really fun video for me to make. All right, so moving on from the authoritarian Abraham Lincoln to another one of the worst presidents in American history, Andrew Johnson. I would say he's in the worst five now at this point. Maybe worst six, but yeah, he was I think the ninth worst on my video from several years ago. But he's continued to go get worse and worse. Warren Harding is definitely not the worst president for me anymore. He's gone up the more I've learned about him. But Andrew Johnson, it just doesn't get better the more I learn about him. Just a horrible president, not generally somebody who made the best decisions for the general welfare. So yeah, anyway, that aside, let's see what his political views would be according to this survey or this quiz. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I would say it depends on the circumstances, but I think he was generally okay with this as vice president to Lincoln, actually. So disagree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be now. He would agree with the draft, so disagree with that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah, I would say would be anti. This is the first president where it's pretty blatantly obvious that he's like against interracial marriage. So I would say disagree. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, I think he would actually, he would agree with that one. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Disagree. Maybes on those. Let people control their own retirement. No, I think actually he would be similar to Abraham Lincoln on this and actually be for something like Social Security. And also, he would be like, there needs to be some kind of public welfare program for those who are disadvantaged. Andrew Johnson was somebody who was in poverty himself for a big chunk of his life that largely shaped his views. And disagree with that last one. So this should have to actually be kind of similar to Abraham Lincoln, I think, with the results on this one. Yeah, he's authoritarian. Andrew Johnson, the authoritarian. What a shift the Civil War has made, right? What a shift of the winds. All right. Now we're moving on to Ulysses Grant. Okay, finally, we're getting into some Republicans who were forward-thinking. I'm assuming he might even be progressive here. Okay, let's just check it out here. Ulysses Grant, again, he technically owned slaves, but whatever. He hated slavery his whole life, got rid of them that he inherited from his wife's family immediately. All right, come on. And he did a lot for African Americans. Even like Native Americans, he had views that were ahead of his time. So I think Grant is also an underrated president. In many ways, his views were pretty open-minded for the 1870s. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I would say he largely kind of sided with Lincoln during the Civil War, but not entirely. There was a lot of nasty things that was said about him and his administration, all the scandals that happened when he was president. And, he was like, well, they can say whatever they want. So I would put maybe for this one. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think he would actually still be okay with the draft. Everything I've read about him. So disagree on that one. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Maybe on this one. Yeah, maybe. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I mean, he was known for being a heavy drinker. Definitely against the temperance movement, which was pretty big by this point, by the 1870s. It had made, in fact, there was a prohibition party around this time that started a third party to run presidential candidates. But no, I would say agree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I would say more nuanced on this as well. Maybe for student loan debt and healthcare. Let people control their own retirement. I would say he's in between on that one as well. Replace government welfare with private charity. I would say disagree for Grant on that. And disagree for the cut taxes and government spending. So he is a moderate, although he's toward authoritarian and also near progressive. Some of these are surprising. Yeah. Oh, we're getting some more. How we all doing? It's been an hour and 41 minutes here on President's Day. If you're just joining us, this is about as good as life gets. We are taking the world's smallest political quiz for every president in American history. And my hair is starting to get a little crazy. So that means that things are starting to finally get good. We are up to the 1880s almost. An exciting time of lots of beards. Thank you for all these super chats. It's kind of been amazing. I didn't expect the generosity, so thank you so much. Especially this guy. Well, who would you say is the most racist president? Do you agree Trump belongs as the worst president on the recent historian survey? To answer your first question, it's probably, it's hard just to say one. Yeah, man. Maybe John Tyler. Andrew Jackson comes to mind. Maybe even Andrew Johnson. The thing about Woodrow Wilson is that he was exceptionally racist for his time, and the fact that he was just a smart guy who just went out of his way to like cherry pick information to justify his racism makes it exceptionally distasteful. But those are the ones that pop in my head. Oh, your second part of the question. I don't know if he should be the worst. Some of the surveys have him as the worst, but I think he's down there. I'm just going to leave it at that. That's what I'm going to leave it at. Don't want to get into it too much. He did sign some good laws, and he did some good things. We got to say the positive stuff as well, but I'm generally not a fan of him. Daddy Swan, thank you. What do you think of the future of the presidency will look like once Trump is out of the picture? Do you think one of his sons will try to run? I think one of his sons will try to run, but they're not going to have any chance because there's only one Trump, and they don't have that same magic that their dad has. So in terms of the future direction of the party, I think the dude who has tapped into it better than anyone has actually been Vivek, however you pronounce his name, Ramaswamy. Ron DeSantis was like a big disappointment and kind of like showed the limits of that strain, whatever you want to call it. This is probably the wrong word to use. That wing of the Republican Party. But yeah, populism, whoever's like sticking with that generally will, I think, be the future of the Republican side. And to a certain extent, the Democratic side as well. Although it's been really weird to see the Democratic Party just largely remain, kind of the status quo, even though like they kind of sneakily have progressive ideas that sneak in there from time to time in legislation. Overall, there's kind of still perceived as like, oh, we're just like business as usual. And I think that's a big problem for the Democratic Party. So maybe they'll change, but I don't see them changing this year, obviously, with keeping Biden in there. Oh, Helmer's here. You go home. That's a reference to Robert Jr. Yang. Rest in peace, Robert Jr. Yang. Washington and weed, JFK and painkillers, whether president. This is another video idea I had. Yeah. Most presidents were probably on drugs. Alcohol's a drug. So you had Rutherford Hayes, who was clean as a whistle. Benjamin Harrison, clean as a whistle. They took nothing, but most of them drank alcohol. Many of the early presidents did consume cannabis to a certain extent, although nothing compared to today. Today's kind of gone out of control with what they're able to engineer. Other types of drugs, yeah, painkillers, JFK, because of his back issues he had. Actually, we've had two teetotaler presidents in a row. Joe Biden doesn't drink, and Donald Trump doesn't drink. But if you want to count caffeine, that's technically a drug as well. They all drink the caffeine. So there's always something, right? We're all on drugs. Weezer was right. Are you surprised Andrew Jackson sold the $20 bill? I just brought this up the other day to someone. And I was like, yeah, like that. Why, now that Biden is in charge, they got somebody else there in the Treasury Department. But the thing is, things were already set into motion by Mnuchin when he was the Secretary of the Treasury under Trump. And as I understand it, it won't be until at least, I think, 2030 that this is a possibility. So I think it's still going to happen. It's just not going to happen for at least 6 years. So it still could happen. I know it's still, they just basically kicked the can down the road is what they did. They didn't say it's not going to happen, but they just said we're going to postpone it. Well, thank you so much, Rohit. I appreciate that. He's here again. I think you should bring this as unpopular as I may. Oh, Siri says something. Okay. As unpopular as I may be doing so, there seems to be a fight going on in the chat. Are you talking about the chat in not Discord, right? This chat? Okay. Well, we can maybe Mrs. Beat, if she's still here, can make who is causing trouble. Okay. Who's causing trouble? We can mute them. I don't see Anish, thank you. Oh my goodness. Will you stop it? Patrick, if Madison or Jefferson they would replace Hamilton and get him off the 10. Yeah, you're probably right about that. You are probably right about Alex. You're talking about the $10 bill, by the way. But okay, let's go back to the quiz. We left off with Ulysses Grant. It's now time for Rutherford Hayes, who I just mentioned earlier. He was definitely a more conservative dude personally, and I think we're gonna start to see a change here. The temperance movement is stronger by the 1880s than it had ever been. The country has changed in many ways. It's more progressive in certain economic areas, but social issues, I would say, more conservative. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would say still he would agree with that. Oop. Hide the comment here. Sorry. All right. Military service should be voluntary. I think he would still be okay with a draft. I think he would be okay with laws limiting sexual relations. This is the feelings I'm getting here. I'm not completely sure with this, but I'm leaning towards disagree with Rutherford Hayes. He was actually had fairly conservative views on social issues. Still, he didn't say a whole lot about this, so we'll probably put maybe, given the benefit of the doubt. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, I think he would be actually okay with prohibition to a certain extent. So we disagree on that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. More nuanced, for just similar to other Republicans of the late 1800s. Maybe for the student loan debt, healthcare, maybe. I think at the same time, yeah, he would definitely be for a Social Security. I could see him. So many politicians called for something like this long before it existed. Long before it existed. So replace government welfare with private charity. Nope, disagree with that. Cut taxes and government spending by 50%. Nope, disagree with that. So he's going to be more authoritarian probably. And he is. All of these but also toward the progressive side, not conservative side. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the comments here. Sorry. What is the best thing that Trump did? I think the First Step Act is the best law that he signed. He signed a few good laws. And was it all his idea? Of course not. But, you could say he accidentally signed some good legislation. Eisenhower, JFK, LBJ, and Nixon are my most interesting successors in order. The 1960s presidents. Yeah. 2 VPs become president after their predecessors. And you know what? They're all solid presidents. Even LBJ and Nixon did a lot of good things. We had a good run there from FDR, I would say, all the way up to Ford. We had solid presidents. Ford wasn't the greatest president, but he was still a pretty solid human being. And same thing with Carter. And then even Reagan did some great things in terms of ending the Cold War. I just think that they're complicated. That I think the saddest thing is, and maybe this is our bias from living in these times, but the 21st century has just been incredibly disappointing overall for who's been in the White House. I think a lot of people agree with that statement. And that's sad, isn't it? That's a sad thing. What is the worst thing Biden has done? Well, I already said a lot of this stuff in my worst mistakes of every president video. His withdrawal of Afghanistan was done horribly, and I think he pushed it a little bit too far with the vaccine mandates. With on the federal level, he should have not done that so much. I think recently him just blindly siding with Israel and just not even considering the fact that all these atrocities are happening towards Palestinians. That's been a bad thing lately with him. But also, so much of why people are not excited about Biden is how he presents himself. And if you watch my what is the president's job video that I released recently, a big part of the job is you are the chief of state. It's about how you talk. It's about being a spokesperson for the country. So speeches do matter. How you talk, how you present yourself does matter, especially when you're meeting with foreign leaders. Diplomacy, but also communicating to the average American about your agenda and what you want to see happen and your vision and how you're trying to lead your troops as commander in chief. I mean, a lot of the job is communication, and he struggled with that for sure. And it's sad, it's not. It used to not be under such a microscope as it is in the mass media age, because Thomas Jefferson. A lot of people don't bring this up, but Thomas Jefferson was not a good speaker. He was an eloquent writer. He was really good at writing, but in terms of how he spoke, not so good. And would we view him worse if we did have constant mass media back then? I most certainly think so. Most certainly. Especially since we'd probably figure out some other things about him. Anyway, I digress. Man, look at all these super chats. Speaking of drugs, thoughts on the White House doc that gave everyone amphetamines for both Obama and early Trump administration? Weird that what is considered drugs. I have no idea about that. I will investigate this, though. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Oh, and Anisha, I think, was trying to ask me a question earlier. Why do you want to repeal the 17th Amendment? It's a compromise. I want to expand democracy in other ways by ending gerrymandering, expanding the House of Representatives, ending the Electoral College, or at least reforming it in a way that's similar to Maine or Nebraska. And by doing that, my concession is, well, let's just have states appoint senators again, if you want, because the Senate is about representing the entire state. So okay, fine, I'll give you that one if I can get this other stuff. So it's conditional on getting these other things. I'm not just saying repeal the 17th Amendment and then that's it. No, you've got to have stuff in exchange. It's got to be a compromise. Are checks and balances still working as intended? Absolutely. Look at the court system right now. I have never had more faith in the American court system my entire life than right now. Look at, even within the executive branch, the checks and balances that go on, the departments that are actually constant. I mean, the freaking Justice Department just called out the president. They're in the same branch of government. You have the FBI and CIA butting heads, and you have you have different people even in the legislative branch. There's the Senate and the House are constantly going at it. I mean, checks and balances were meant to limit power, and often that means that limits what they're actually able to get done. So much about what the Constitution is just like restraining our federal government. Sad to say, but yeah. I know Pierce was done a while ago, but his son dying 2 months before he took office was extremely sad and may have put him in a deep depression. I believe it did. Absolutely, I think it did. Oh, thank you, Mad Maggie Apex. I find both candidates this year very uninspiring. So do I, Chris. So do I. Leviticus Prime, to be fair to Biden with Afghanistan withdrawal, Trump was the one who made the backroom deal with the Taliban to pull out. I agree. He is just as responsible. It would have gone bad probably no matter who was president, to be honest. Who would you say is the most moderate prez? That would be, Dwight Eisenhower? Yeah. Can we say Dwight Eisenhower? Yeah, why not? Who would win in a rap battle, James Blaine or DJT? Clearly, James Blaine. Blaine's been busting it out since 1874. Blaine knows how to drop a beat and like sit on that beat when he has to, but fall off of it in the moment. Everyone knows James Blaine is the best rapper in the world. We got to get back to this thing. Otherwise, we're going to be doing this until midnight. So I may have to stop looking at the chat. I'm sorry. Now we are up to, who are we up to? After Rutherford Hayes, we have James Garfield, the big what-if president, the 20th president, sadly only president for about a year before being assassinated, the second president assassinated in history. It's often what we only know him for. But I think I have a good idea of where he stood politically. Yeah, he was definitely for free speech. The draft, I think, more nuanced than previous presidents. I would say he was, no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I think so with Garfield. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I think he was okay with certain laws, so I'll put maybe there. As far as undocumented workers, he probably disagreed with that. That's at this time, everybody pretty much in Washington would disagree with this, and that's mostly been the case ever since the 1870s. Because what happened in the late 1800s was just mass immigration from around the world. You had and mostly, when I say around the world, I mean like non-Northern and Western European countries. That was a big deal. Once they started getting more and more people from Asian countries, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, things got racist really quickly. And that's when you had like the Chinese Exclusion Act. You had all of a sudden people talking about quotas. We need to limit how many people come into this country. That's when you like see Ellis Island and other checkpoints pop up, because like we got to make sure that we account for all these. That changed by the late 1800s. Before that, though, it was really easy to get into the country. Really freaking easy. People don't understand. Like, I definitely should make a video about that as well, because it seems like, I mean, we didn't even have a border wall until my lifetime. A border wall did not even exist. People just went back and forth across the border like it wasn't no thing, especially in Mexico. Like, so many Mexicans would just come up to work in the United States and then they just go back home. At the end of the day, it was not a big deal. There weren't even checkpoints. They weren't bringing crime. They were just bringing labor, and then bringing a lot of the money back home. Sure, but like, it wasn't a big deal, and a lot of it was just driven by racism. And that's actually, like, you look at the drug war when it started with in the 1930s. It was marijuana was banned mostly because of Mexican racism against Mexicans. Excuse me. I've been going too long. I'm dying. I can't do this. Garfield, stay with me, bro. I can't do this any longer. I'm kidding. Maybe for student loan debt. Healthcare, maybe. Definitely for Social Security ahead of this time. Disagree with that. Cut taxes and government spending. No, disagree with that. Let's see about Garfield. He would be a progressive. James Garfield, a progressive by today's standards. I can see it. I can definitely see it. Yeah. All right. Chester Arthur takes over, though, and then he signs the Chinese Exclusion Act. You racist. No, they were all racist back then for the most part. Let's not kid ourselves here. Okay. But yeah, he did some good things. He expanded the Navy. Okay, Chester Arthur. Yeah, no, I think he would still be against censorship. Yeah. Military service, kind of in between on that, I would say. In between in terms of laws regarding. Now, this is another time. Okay, this is around that around this time we have the Comstock. The Comstock Act. Actually, that was a few years before. There's several laws that started during the Grant administration. And you had the Comstock laws. I don't care. It's Wikipedia. I don't care. A set of laws that banned obscene stuff, including birth control. This was interstate commerce. So this was these were federal laws. And but then the Supreme Court later on, way up in the 1960s, Griswold v. Connecticut, said they were unconstitutional, but they were on the books as far back as the 1870s. And most of the presidents kind of fell in line with this, and like, oh yeah, it's fine, it's fine. But Grant actually signed them, so yeah, he didn't veto. He didn't veto these, so maybe that should have altered. How did I answer with Grant? I think I was in between for him. Okay, good. So let's just go back to the quiz, and we're gonna, for the most part, I think, put maybe on these, but. For the most part, they're okay with laws. Yeah, actually, I'm going to put disagree. Maybe I was wrong on that because, like, yeah, they thought that there should be laws. They thought it was okay to ban birth control. Largely, there was no outspoken presidents against this, for sure. And now, it was still a taboo thing back then. They didn't even bring it up to begin with. Kind of like the interracial marriage. It's not something that was just like talked about in the national dialogue. They rather talk about tariffs, okay, and trade, and again, federalism. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I think it would be in between as well on this. Disagree for the targeting, detaining, and deporting undocumented workers. Maybe for student loan debt, maybe for health care. I think generally leaning towards something towards Social Security. I'll put it more in the middle, though, compared to previous presidents. I would say disagree with replace government welfare with private charity, cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No. So what we got for Chester Arthur? A moderate, but leaning very close to authoritarian Chester Arthur. Okay. Oh, we got some more. Okay. Best and worst Secretary of State. I honestly haven't thought about it too deeply, so I can't really give you a definitive answer. I mean, my first instinct for best was, Henry Clay or something. I don't know. But worst, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I need to get back to you on that. That should be a future video as well. But I don't know enough about. I mean, I have very superficial knowledge about most of the Secretary of States. So, do you think? Oh, speaking of Henry Clay, and Eisenhower brought him up. Do you think Henry Clay would have been a good president? What about Calhoun? Henry Clay, yes, absolutely. Calhoun, not so much. I'm not a big fan of Calhoun. No. It's sad that Henry Clay lost so much to running for president. All those 5 times he lost. Mad Mackey again. Thank you. What is your opinion on FDR? Well, he is my 12th favorite president in American history. I generally view him very well. I get into it in a couple videos, actually. One of them was just short, and then there's another video where there's 3. There's my greatest achievements video and also biggest mistakes video where I kind of get into it. But I generally view him as a very good president, among the best. He's back. Which president had the best facial hair? Chester Arthur. You just missed him, but yes. All right, we've caught up with the super chats. Now we are up to. Oh, there's Chester Arthur with his facial hair. Look at that facial hair. Yeah, amazing. And now we are up to Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president. If Trump gets reelected, he would be the 45th and 47th. Okay. So he's still one of my favorite presidents, by the way. In terms of integrity, honesty, just overall good character, everything I've read about this man, he was among the best human beings to ever be president. The scandal that happened, if you really dig into that, completely, a lot of that stuff was fabricated or exaggerated. So yeah, I denounce a lot of that stuff because they relied on sources that came out 20 years after the supposed events took place, the alleged events took place. I guess I'm going off on a tangent now, but I still generally like Grover Cleveland a lot. Okay. He was a limited government guy, so he's probably going to be more libertarian. Government should not censor speech. Yeah, he would agree. Military service should be voluntary. Absolutely. Everything I know about Grover Cleveland. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Agree. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Agree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Okay, no, he would disagree on that one. Taxpayers should not be responsible. Okay, these are the maybes still because we're still in the 1800s. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. He would probably agree with that. Replace government welfare with private charity. He would be okay with some welfare. Not much, but some. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. At the federal level, I think he might be okay with that, but not so much 50%, but probably at least 20%. So we'll put maybe for that. And he was, as I predicted, a libertarian, similar to some of the earlier presidents like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, George Washington. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Benjamin Harrison. Benjamin Harrison, the president sandwiched between Grover Cleveland, the 23rd president. I don't think he was that great of a president overall. He's usually, in fact, he made my worst 10 presidents video a few years back, although maybe he's not in the worst 10 anymore, but okay. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. I think seriously he'd be in between on this one. everything I know about Harrison. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. No, I think he would be okay with the draft. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. He was actually pretty conservative when it came to this stuff, everything I know about him. So disagree. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, he was leaning in the direction of prohibition, actually. Now, all drugs? Okay. So in between on that one. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Disagree for Benjamin Harrison. Maybe it's for those two still. Let people control their own retirement. I think he would be somewhere in between on this too. Not quite all the way like, oh, Social Security or something like it, but probably way more than Grover Cleveland. He definitely thought that the government should be more involved in the economy, way more than Grover Cleveland. And replace government welfare with private charity. Again, in the middle here. Disagree with cutting taxes and government spending by 50% or more. So he's probably going to be more authoritarian. And he is. Oh, he's even closer to conservative. So of all the presidents so far, he is among the most conservative. Benjamin Harrison. Fascinating stuff here. Some of these are surprising me. Yeah, Rutherford Hayes did have a pretty rad beard. Yeah. I mean, but so did Benjamin Harrison. Look at him. Would you make a video of who each president voted for? Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that information we don't know. We don't have records of it. But we do have records of in recent decades, obviously. Like, it was pretty obvious that he had Bill Clinton out there supporting his wife, Hillary Clinton, in 2016, for example. I'm pretty sure he voted for her. Do you think Trump would have been reelected in 2020 if he just logged off Twitter and shut his mouth? No. I think he would have been reelected if the pandemic never happened. If the pandemic never happened, he would still be president right now. That's, I think, the big thing that really hurt him more than anything. And remember, January 6th happened after he lost the election. I think a big reason why he dropped so far down as far as being one of the worst presidents is because of his election denialism. That's a huge thing, guys. That's not something that any president has ever done before in the history of this country, and it's really hurt our country. It has really devastated our country. We still have, it may take us decades to recover, to have faith in elections again. And so tens of millions of Americans have just lost faith in presidential elections because of him just simply denying the results because he didn't want to lose. That's all it is. There's no evidence on his side, after all. None whatsoever. Junie again. Grover Cleveland may have been a limited government president, but he still gave the order to break up the Pullman strike with federal troops. Unfortunately, there was no question related to that on the quiz, but yeah, that definitely would have made him more authoritarian for sure. That's one of the areas where I disagreed with him on for sure. Jack L. Good to see you, Jack. I have often thought that if there had been a good rap group around in those early days, I might have chosen a career in music instead of politics. That's an actual quote from Richard Nixon. It is true. I mentioned that in my presidential iceberg facts video that came out a couple years ago, or maybe that was last year, with the collaboration I did with Drew Durnell. Very good. All right. Are we caught up yet? Oh, no. Where did our tradition of counting presidents come from? Grover Cleveland could have been counted once. It's just because it's more than the guy, the person themselves. It's the office. We're a republic. That's where the tradition comes from. The people that are in office are supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to be there temporarily. That's why so many people hate career politicians. It's like, and why term limits are usually justified, because they are supposed to be there temporarily to represent us, to be there on our behalf, the public's behalf. And it's not about them. It's about the Constitution. They swear an oath not on what they plan on doing, but on the Constitution itself. Everything comes back to the Constitution. If it's not in the Constitution or not implied in the Constitution, they can't do it. Their power is meant to be limited. And so when we talk, that's just a part of an extension of that. The fact, no, it's about the office of the presidency. It's so much more than these people. That's why I think it's so fascinating to learn about the presidents, because they really, at the end of the day, are just like you and I. They're ordinary folks that are just thrown into this tremendous responsibility and, yes, power. But at the end of it, they go right back to their lives. They're not kings. They're not royalty. They are public servants. They're supposed to be anyway. And that's why we live in some really scary times right now, because we've seen people gravitate towards demagogues, and that's usually a recipe for disaster in republics. So anyway, on a lighter note, let's go back to the quiz. Oh, happy President's Day. If you're just joining us, we're taking the world's smallest political quiz, and I'm pretending like I'm every president in American history. I did this with the political compass test years ago, and I'm doing it again so you can kind of see my thought process as I go through every single one. It's a crappy quiz, but I picked it because it's small, and it's going to make it so we're not going to be live streaming for 12 hours. Just probably 4 hours. Back to it, though. And I am trying to look at the chats. I'm trying to catch as many as I can. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not there. No, I'm not. There we go. And we're done with Benjamin Harrison, right? We are up to William McKinley. Right? We're done. I did Benjamin Harrison, right? Okay. I'm sorry. William McKinley, I'm also not the biggest fan of. Sorry, Ohio presidents. Sorry, I know there was a big Ohio presidents fan in the chat earlier, but okay. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. Oh, William McKinley wanted to definitely censor the internet. No kidding. The internet didn't exist yet. It's the 1890s. I think he also would be somewhere in between. Everything I know about McKinley, he'd be okay probably with some limits on. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing him up with. All right, we'll go agree. I'm sorry, McKinley. I'm sorry I did that to you. Military service should be voluntary. No, I think he actually leaned more towards a draft. There was no draft in the Spanish-American War. They got plenty of volunteers. It was a quick war, in and out. But I think he would still be for a draft. I think he was okay with laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Definitely a conservative fella when it came to social issues. So disagree on that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, I think he lean more towards certain restrictions. This is the beginning of the progressive era, and he was sympathetic to some of that stuff. So I'm going to put him as maybe for that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Disagree on that for that. Maybe for the student loan debt and healthcare still, although that's going to change pretty soon here with the next president. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. Yeah, I think he would say, agree with that, actually. He was pretty conservative in that regard. Although, as far as entirely replacing government welfare with private charity, he would be more nuanced on that. Cut taxes, spending by 50% or more. No, disagree on that. So, William McKinley is a moderate. Ooh, okay. But he's close to conservative, as you can see on that. So, all right. I'm going to remember to screenshot all these later, hopefully, and then I'll share on social media. Oh, we got some more super chats. Okay. All right. No. Who do you think? Oh, of course, man. How much money have you spent tonight? This is actually starting to make me a little weirded out, but thank you so much. Who do you think will be the new rising stars in the political parties once the Trump-Biden era is finally over? DeSantis, Newsom, perhaps. I don't think DeSantis really is the one. He's just not, doesn't have the charisma. Newsom does. Even if you don't like his ideas, I think he kind of shows it a little bit more. Now, as far as Kamala Harris, again, it's so superficial, I know, but so much of about like who's the rising star, who's the leader of a political party, who's the best chance to be elected to the highest office in the country. It's about how they communicate. And, we see some rising stars, but they're still polarizing often, like, AOC in the Democratic Party, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is still controversial, but so was Trump. She's just controversial on the other side of the political spectrum. She seems to be more moderate these days. Yeah, I think Newsom has a good chance. I think you're going to see probably a lot of governors step in the race. Like Gretchen Whitmer seems to be somebody who's presents herself as more moderate, who could win in swing states. On the Republican side, again, I think Vivek Ramaswamy tapped into something in terms of like a new generation of Republicans, because he's young and he can talk really well, even though half of what he says doesn't even mean anything. I don't even think he believes most of what he says. It doesn't matter. You've got to understand, a lot of times it's not about what they say. They're just saying what they think people want to hear. I mean, that's what DeWitt Clinton did when he ran for president. Now, he didn't get elected, but DeWitt Clinton just knew what people wanted to hear. And so he just told people what they wanted to hear. A lot of candidates will do that. You have others. I mean, you still have the libertarian wing of the Republican Party mixed with kind of the populist wing, which is a weird combo. Sprinkle in some xenophobia. You'll get a lot of candidates that are probably going to emerge in 2028. It's going to be a crazy. Don't just assume that it's going to be DeSantis and Newsom, is what I'm trying to say. Well, thank you, JD. I appreciate it. And top president of each century. George Washington is the best of the 1700s, obviously. In the 1800s, I think the best is probably I still lean towards Grover Cleveland, even though Abraham Lincoln is right there, obviously, Abraham Lincoln. And then the 20th century, Dwight Eisenhower. The 21st century, it's too soon to tell. I mean, I don't like any of them, really. But it's weird because Obama was a pretty good talker, but as far as, and Biden is not, but if you combine them, Biden has gotten some good laws passed, not perfect. So you combine those two, you might have a pretty good president, because Biden can't talk very well. That's for sure. Who were the most popular politician who never became president? Probably Henry Clay. It always comes back to Henry Clay or William Jennings Bryan. William Jennings Bryan is the other one who was like, man, everybody seems to love this guy, but he just can't win the presidency. He ran multiple times. People always, they didn't have approval polls back then, but if they did, I'm sure he would have had an approval rating of at least 60%. And in all polls, but he just couldn't do it, Part of it was bad luck. Okay, back to the political quiz. We are up to one of my favorite presidents. Oh, no, he was not in the 1800s. He was very beginning of the 1901, right? Okay. I was going to say, because I think I like Teddy Roosevelt more than Grover Cleveland these days, and definitely more than Abraham Lincoln. The best presidents overall were in the 20th century, man. The 20th century. That's where it's happening. The heck with the 21st century. Okay. I need to change mine. Let's get him up there. TR, Teddy Roosevelt. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Teddy. Theodore Roosevelt. He was offended if you called him Teddy Roosevelt. One of my favorite presidents. Most historians say he's one of the best. Yada, yada. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. Yeah, I think he would agree with that. I do. Military service should be voluntary. I think he would actually be for a draft. Yeah. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Okay. I think that he would be more nuanced, in the middle, somewhere in between. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Now, he was actually for certain laws restricting drugs. A big reason why the FDA gained all that power. This is the progressive era. They're all about restrictions on drugs. So, and he was for a lot of that. So, disagree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Probably not all the way disagree, but leaning that way. I'm going to put maybe on this one, actually. Economic issues, taxpayers should not be responsible. Okay, we don't know, so maybe. But we do know this one. He actually came out when he ran for president in 1912. He came out for universal health care. This was that crazy election in which it was basically a four-way race between him and Taft and Woodrow Wilson and Eugene Debs. And he took away a lot of the Republican vote away from Taft, actually. You could make that argument. Okay. But yeah, he came out for health care. So he would disagree with that. Whoa, we have a first time where we actually have a stance on that question. It took that long. Oh, I'm getting texts from my daughters. I'm only a Teddy Roosevelt. Sorry. Okay, we'll speed it up. Let people control their own retirement. No, he didn't want to privatize Social Security. He would definitely be for Social Security, and he talked about something like it as well. No, not replace government welfare with private charity, and not cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. He wanted more funding. He was an authoritarian, wasn't he? He was, but a progressive authoritarian. He's one of the good authoritarians. Oh my goodness, no! I am personally strongly against authoritarianism. If there were more questions on this quiz, he definitely would not be authoritarian. By the way, this makes some of these presidents look pretty bad, doesn't it? Okay, next up is William Howard Taft, the 27th president. Also Supreme Court Justice, afterwards a Chief Justice, might I add. Similar views to Teddy Roosevelt, so this should be very similar to him. Government should not censor speech, agree. The draft, actually, I'm not quite sure about this on him. Does anybody know on this one? We'll put maybe on that one. We don't quite know. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. No, I think he would disagree with that. So that's where he differs also from Theodore Roosevelt. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, I disagree with that as well. We're in the thick of the progressive era. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Probably disagree with that as well, actually. Maybe on the student loan debt. Government should be responsible for providing health care. Maybe as well. Privatize Social Security or let people control their own retirement. I would say maybe. Replace government welfare with private charity. No. Disagree. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Also disagree. And he's also authoritarian. My goodness. What a turn of events when we got to some of these. Yeah, it's kind of surprising, actually. When a president does it, it's not illegal. Yeah, Nixon did say that, didn't he? Oh, yeah. Okay. Now we are up to everyone's favorite presidents. Cue vlogging through history and cynical historian Wilson. Woodrow Wilson. I will predict this is probably also an authoritarian result. Censoring speech. Yeah. Well, the Espionage Act, and yeah, he threw whistleblowers in jail. In fact, famously, Eugene Debs. So disagree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be there was a draft during World War One, and that's why Eugene Debs was thrown in prison because he was calling for people to resist the draft. He's going to be the most authoritarian of them all, isn't he? There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I think he would disagree with that as well. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession. No, he was cool with laws prohibiting drugs. Disagree. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. No, he disagree with that as well. Wow. Maybe on the student loan debt. Maybe on the health care. Probably disagree on let people control their own retirement. Replace government welfare with private charity. Probably disagree. Also disagree with cut taxes and government spending. So we're going to be authoritarian, I think, for Wilson. And we are. But he's way down there. He's the most authoritarian president, according to this quiz that we've had so far. Is anybody surprised? Really? Is anybody surprised? I would say for sure his efforts to internationalism efforts, I think, were a good thing. The League of Nations, his ideals that he preached for sovereignty of nations. Yeah, I think I said that in my greatest accomplished video. Huey Long. Would Huey Long make a good president, and how would it differ from his time as governor? I go back and forth, but I think he would be awesome. Just knowing his character, I've read a couple books about him, and maybe I'm biased in his favor, but he seemed like a dude who truly was trying to fight for justice, similar to fighting Bob La Follette. I mean, his heart was in the right place. Maybe he did some shady stuff, but it was usually in the name of justice for all, for the public good. And I think his heart was in the right place. A fascinating dude. If you get a chance, watch Emperor Tiger Star's video about him. Maybe someday I'll cover it as well. I need to make a video about that. Yeah, Wilson is one of the worst presidents in American history, in my opinion. Taft was the last president to have facial hair. You're right, Jack L. Okay, so now we are up to Warren Harding, who used to be my least favorite president, but now actually he's gone up. He's still probably in the worst 10, but he's not near as low as he used to be for sure. I've learned a lot more about Warren Harding, and he, believe it or not, was ahead of his time when it came to certain issues, especially like civil rights. He was the first person to even bring up stuff like that as president. Kind of mind-blowing when you think about it. So let's see how old Warren Harding would do here on this world's smallest political quiz. Government should not censor speech, press, media. I mean, he pardoned Eugene Debs. So let's start with that. I think he would agree with this. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think he would agree with that as well. Everything I understand from him. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Okay, probably disagrees on that. Repeals laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Now, personally, he used plenty of drugs. Well, at least we know nicotine and alcohol, but and probably caffeine. But let's put maybe for that, because he definitely thought prohibition was fine. Publicly, he said that at least. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Okay, disagree on that. This is definitely a time where quotas were called for, and you saw extreme xenophobia, nativism, economic issues. Taxpayers should not be... Okay, we're still on maybe for student loan debt. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Yeah, he probably would agree with that. everything I know about him. Same with privatizing Social Security. Although he said the government should step in for certain things. So, I mean, we never really defined what government welfare means. I probably should have done it in the beginning, but I mean, this is left to be meant in broad terms, I assume. So I would disagree with that on there, and disagree with cutting taxes and government spending by 30% or more. So Warren Harding is a moderate, right in the middle. He is grilling. He is exactly in the middle. 50 for personal issues, 50 for economic issues. I did not see that coming as well. The most moderate president in American history, folks, it's Warren Harding, apparently. All right. Next up, we've got one of my favorite presidents in American history. It surprises a lot of people when I say that, but a big reason why I say that is because I don't think the president should have that much power. I really don't. I think they have way too much power. And Calvin Coolidge did whatever he could to weaken the power of the presidency. He was the last president to actually do that. So props, Coolidge, for at least attempting to weaken the power of the presidency. All right, so he's probably going to be libertarian, similar to Grover Cleveland, similar to Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. Government should not censor speech, yada, yada, agree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I don't know if he actually ever came out against a draft, though. I'm going to search that one. Yeah. I know he was generally a non-interventionist when it came to military interventions around the world, for sure. Yeah, I'm going to put maybe. I just don't know for sure on that one. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Personally, he probably would agree with that, but he also like kind of accepted the social norms of the time. So let's put maybe for that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Same thing about that question that I said about the previous one. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Oh, no, yeah. I disagree with that one. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. If he was around today, I think he actually, I'm pretty confident he would say that. But I have a hard time because this is still not even a concept that they can think of. So government should not be responsible for providing health care. Yeah, you probably agree with that. And also agree with letting people control their own retirement. Replace government welfare with private charity? Yeah, probably actually. Leaning towards that way. But maybe not to be so absolutist with it. I'll put maybe. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more? Maybe in his dreams, but I don't think that's realistically, probably he knew that wasn't going to happen. So we'll put maybe as well. Oh, so he's not quite libertarian. He is a moderate, but almost libertarian and almost conservative as well. Yeah, I mean, if there's more questions, the more questions you have about him, that he's definitely going to be considered libertarian. Okay. Daddy Swan, thank you for your thoughtful answer earlier. Oh, I'm glad I had one. Some of these I'm not really that thoughtful, so I apologize. Well, thank you. Yes, I do. And it's going to happen eventually, where we have a third party win. And it's either going to happen when we finally have star voting or ranked choice voting or some kind of proportional representation voting for president. I don't know. It won't be proportional. That would be for the House. No, we'd have to have ranked choice or star voting for president for that to happen. Or that third party becomes one of the two major parties, which is also a possibility. It happened in American history before. Remember, we had the Republican Party technically was a third party when it started out because you had the Whigs and you had the Democrats. And then the Whigs kind of faded out, and many of the Whigs either went to the Free Soil Party or the Republican Party. Ultimately, the Republican Party kind of co-opted the Free Soil Party, and there you go. They became a dominant party. So that's an example of that. So it's certainly possible. Although the Libertarian Party and Green Party just have been flopping for so long, it just does not seem likely at this point that they're going to be one of those two major parties. I mean, maybe that will change, but not anytime soon, in my opinion. Max, thank you for everything. Got my whole family watching. Oh, wow. Thank you for getting your family to watch me. That's quite an accomplishment. Even your dog? That's if you can get your dog watching, I'm very impressed. Keeping it cool with Coolidge. Thank you, Ronnie J. All right. We are now up to Herbert Hoover, considered one of the worst presidents in American history. Isn't that weird how we go back and forth between like one of the best, one of the worst? You go from James Buchanan, one of the worst, to one of the best, Abraham Lincoln, if not the best, and then Andrew Johnson. And then you go from Calvin Coolidge is actually, most conservatives think he's one of the best. But then you go, okay, Herbert Hoover. But then you go back up to, most left-leaning folks think FDR is one of the best, or if not the best. It's weird how history works, isn't it? All right, so we have he's probably going to be similar to Calvin Coolidge on most of these, I assume. Government should not censor speech. Yeah, he would agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think he would agree with that as well. Laws, he would probably disagree with no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, he'd disagree with that as well. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Disagree with that. Man of the times with that issue. Student loan debt, not a concept he'd be able to understand yet. Again, back then, hardly anyone even went to college, even as late as the 1930s. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Yeah, he would agree with that. I think it's that by this point, this is an issue that most Americans had at least heard of, and most politicians had thought about. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. He would probably lean this direction strongly. It's hard for me to say 100% agree, but I'll go ahead and put it. Replace government welfare with private charity. No, he'd be in someplace in between. Contrary probably to a lot of what most Americans would think about him. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No, I disagree on that. Herbert Hoover is a moderate, but almost a conservative. Okay. We have yet to have a conservative, by the way. Who will be the first conservative president, according to this quiz? My guess is possibly Ronald Reagan, but even then, I'm not so sure. Would you do Slovakia and Czechia compared? I have been suggested this many times. I am considering it for sure. Thank you, Lou. Nicholas again. Man. Please note who is the most, quote, libertarian president according to this quiz, so we know the quiz maker's favorite president. Yeah, that's a good... I think so far it is Grover Cleveland or possibly Thomas Jefferson. Yeah. But now we are up to one of the greatest presidents in American history, according to nearly everybody who studies history, myself included. He's definitely in the top 12 at least. Okay, I know he didn't make my top 10 because I have my own issues with Franklin Roosevelt, which I mentioned in a video, and I talked about this earlier. But dadgummit, man, was he an important figure in American history overall? I mean, so many things we take for granted today are directly linked back to Franklin Roosevelt, such as overtime pay, Social Security, just work standards in general, government aid for ordinary people in general. Like, I mean, that's just a concept we just automatically all assume is like, oh yeah, unless you're like an extreme libertarian or I guess anarcho-capitalist type, you're generally on board with a lot of the things that he was a big. I mean, his New Deal programs made into law. I mean, he was one of those presidents that actually, the president doesn't write the bills, but they have a huge influence, and he had a huge influence on all the laws that got passed in Congress, and he signed so many laws that affect us today. Anyway, let's get into it. He is probably not a moderate, so let's take that right off the screen. FDR, government should not censor speech, press, media, internet, blah, blah, blah. I think agree. Yeah. Military service should be voluntary. Well, World War II, there wasn't really a problem of there being a shortage. There were so many people that volunteered for World War II. We did have a selective service act of sorts that happened right before World War II that he signed into law, but really it didn't. I mean, it was so many people would have volunteered anyway. But yeah, they needed a lot of people for World War II, didn't they? So long story short, we do know that he would be for a draft. He signed one into law. Actually, he thought that there should be a draft if needed in certain emergencies. And he signed this before the United States actually entered World War II. Oh, whoops. Disagree. Sorry. Gosh, I'm messing this up. There should be a draft. Okay. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. He would probably disagree with that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. This is interesting because he was the president who oversaw getting rid of prohibition. But at the same time, he was the president when there was first a tax on marijuana. In 1937, it didn't straight up ban marijuana, but it made it so that there was a heavy tax on the sale of, I should call it cannabis, not marijuana. That's the one famously drafted by Harry Anslinger, just not a good person in my opinion. I made a whole video about the history of cannabis, but they were trying to make it so people didn't consume it. And then after that, there were more laws passed. But I mean, it goes back really all the way to the Harrison Narcotics Act during the Progressive era. So yeah, disagree. Government should not target, detain, and deport. He would disagree with that one too. Now, if he was around today, I strongly believe that he would be. This is the first one where I was thinking, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he would want free college, public universities, and so student loan debt. He would be probably horrified by that existing, and so yeah, I think he would agree with this. Taxpayers, or I'm sorry, disagree with it. I'm mixing them up now. I've been doing this too long. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. No, so he would say disagree. Because he would be firmly for free public education. Also, government should provide health care. I think so. I think he would agree with that. He was the dude who came up with, who signed it. He didn't come up with it, but he was... he called for it and signed it into law, the Social Security Act. So disagree with that one. Replace government welfare with private charity. You kidding me? It's freaking FDR. So disagree and disagree for that last one. So we're going to have dramatically different results here compared to Hoover. He's very authoritarian. So it looks like the creator of this quiz thinks that FDR is a dictator, although he leans more towards the progressive dictator. All right. Yep, I guess we should have all predicted this, right? Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt, the most authoritarian presidents we ever had. Do you think Henry Wallace would have made a better president than Truman? I think so, believe it or not. As good as Harry Truman was, I think Henry Wallace would have been even better. He's my favorite vice president in American history. He just similar to Grover Cleveland in terms of integrity and just everything I've read about him is just being having good character. On top of, like, I think I agreed with him on most issues as well. He was also a person well ahead of his time. All right, so we got the authoritarian FDR. Moving on to Harry Truman. By the way, I am currently making a video about Harry Truman. I've already filmed a lot of it. I'm going to film some more. Much of the script is written. Most of the research is done, and it should come out in early April. I'm really excited to share it with you all. And Harry Truman is one of my favorite presidents. I know I'm biased to favor presidents that are from where I'm from. He's from Independence, Missouri, and I'm from, I don't live too far from there, actually. That's why it was really easy for us to drive to his old house. It's a historic site now, and also his library and museum in Independence. Like same with Eisenhower. They're both top 5 presidents for me, probably at this point. Maybe top 6 for Harry Truman. Go back and forth with him and Theodore Roosevelt, actually. So, where does he stand on the political quiz? The world's smallest political quiz. Government should not censor speech, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he would agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. He would probably disagree with that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I'd probably disagree with that, actually. Yeah, unfortunately. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. You know, he was probably a little bit more nuanced in his views on drugs. I'm going to put him on the maybe for this one. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Probably disagree on this one still. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. I have no idea where he would stand on this, actually. So we'll put maybe. Healthcare, part of his fair deal, continuing that tradition of Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt. I think healthcare should be provided. Let people control their own retirement. No, he would disagree with that. He was all for Social Security. Replace government welfare with private charity. No, disagree. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Nope. Although that's how he made a name for himself as a senator, was like cutting waste as far as military spending goes. He's probably going to be authoritarian as well. And he is similar to Franklin Roosevelt. Are they all going to be authoritarian from this point on, I wonder? Is that how this is going? Okay, well, another really biased quiz. What can we say? It's actually pretty similar to the political compass. Dwight Eisenhower, my second favorite president in American history. My second favorite. Yeah. Made a video about him. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Raised in Kansas, baby. Okay. Government should not censor speech, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, agree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. Okay. I think I remember reading something about this on military draft. No, not the draft Eisenhower movement. That's how they talked him into running for president. He was he escalated Cold War tensions like Truman did as well. They did some things I disagreed with. All of those coups that took place, those CIA-backed interventions. Now, granted, a lot of that stuff he didn't know about. Probably should have had more of his finger on the pulse of things and pulling more strings. But regardless, they happened under his watch. Okay, I'm going to put maybe. I don't know about Eisenhower. Does anybody know in the chat? Was he for a draft? He was a World War II hero. You could say it's the fault of the CIA. I don't know if he knew about it. He was aware of it. He let it happen. But But these things are complicated. It's more than just the president. I always say so. The other thing that I don't like about Eisenhower is the you know how he rounded up Mexican Americans at the border. Kind of started that whole thing. That's not good. Well, but he likes Ike. Nice man 478 likes Ike. I like Ike. All right. Well, somebody says he was pro draft, but how do you know, John? Where's your evidence? Okay, we'll just go. We'll put maybe for that. Okay. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. He was pretty conservative, actually, when it came to these issues, so probably disagree there. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I think similar to Truman, he was more nuanced on this. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented. Okay, yeah, disagree on this probably. Student loan debt, I think still back then, you know what? He probably would lean with Franklin Roosevelt on this. But I'm not going to go all the way, so we'll put maybe. Government should not be providing. Yeah, this is another maybe. Let people control their own retirement. No, he was for Social Security. Replace government welfare with private charity. Disagree. Cut taxes, government spending by 50% or more. Disagree. And they even say that Eisenhower is an authoritarian, but more towards the moderate and progressive side. But still, ooh. Kefauver for prez, but he probably would have been an authoritarian too, Jack. Wow, this is maybe. I mean, I was joking when I said this earlier, but maybe it is going to say that all of them are authoritarian from here on out. This is kind of crazy. All right, we've got John F. Kennedy next. The last president to be assassinated. Sad that he's often remembered first and foremost for that, when he was actually a pretty solid president, one of the best. Still a top 10 president, in my opinion. Kept the country on the right track. A visionary, great leader, inspiring figure. One of the most inspiring presidents we've ever had. He's right up there. Okay, let's go with no. He would not want to censor speech. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think that actually he was against the draft, if I recall correctly. John F. Kennedy views on conscription, views on military draft. Again, he was he had sent troops to Vietnam in limited capacity, but towards the end of his life, he was having second thoughts about Vietnam. Okay, I'm not finding evidence on a quick glance of as far as, but if I recall he was against the draft. I could be wrong on this. I don't know why I'm thinking this. Yeah, I think he was. I agree on that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Okay, more nuanced than previous presidents for sure. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Again, more nuanced. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Yeah, probably still with the previous presidents. Disagree. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Now, here's where I think it gets interesting. I think everything I know about Kennedy, I think he actually would be for free public universities. And so I would say that, yes, disagree. And then moving towards probably more nuanced for healthcare for Kennedy. Not privatizing Social Security. Replace government welfare with private charity. Are you kidding me? No. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more? No. Even though he did talk a lot about government spending and cutting it, especially when he ran for president in 1960. All right. Kennedy is... Oh, he's progressive, not authoritarian. What a surprise. All right. The draft thing probably moved him over, huh? Okay. There, see, he said it himself. He's right there. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I ain't authoritarian. Thank you for. All right. See, not so bad. All right. So we're moving on to LBJ, who's got to be authoritarian according to this quiz, right? He's got to be. I don't see why he. I mean, government should not censor speech, press, media. No, you would agree with that. Military service. No, I mean, he was for the draft. There was a draft for the Vietnam War. As far as this is the time when the sexual revolution of the 1960s, and he was kind of going along with a lot of this stuff, so he would agree with that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. I would say it's more in between. Government should not target, detain, and no. This was consistent pretty much up to the present day. I would say so. Disagree on that one. Similar to John F. Kennedy, I think he's probably disagree on that one. And same, I mean, he was the dude who signed into law Medicare and Medicaid. I think he ultimately wanted universal health care for sure. So disagree on that one. Disagree on privatizing Social Security. Replacing government welfare with private charity. Disagree. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Disagree. So he's got to be authoritarian according to this. Oh, barely progressive. So right on the line between progressive and authoritarian. Interesting. Some surprises here. We still have yet to have a conservative president according to this quiz. Kind of crazy. All right. Everybody's favorite, Richard Nixon. Yeah, Nixon still considered one of the worst presidents we've ever had, but I think in recent years has been looking better. He had major accomplishments, and he was more moderate than people realize. A lot of times we remember him for Watergate, of course, and the corruption in his administration, and maybe Cambodia and Henry Kissinger, but there's also the EPA, the Endangered Species Act, all the environmentalism stuff, détente, his easing of relations with the Soviet Union that led the United States on a safer path. I mean, definitely a mixed legacy. I don't know if he's even in the worst 10 presidents list for me anymore. He may have dropped out of that. So what do you think? What do you think about this Nixon fella? Should he rule the world in the year 3000? That's a reference to Futurama, by the way. Oh, we got more super chats here. Let's just check in on them before we get to Nixon. Colton, thank you. As a former Trump supporter, Kennedy 2024 also, do you think Kamala Harris is a terrible VP? She hasn't really done much other than making people mad. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier briefly, but the problem with Kamala Harris is she's not done a great job communicating. She seems to lack charisma and struggles with connecting with ordinary Americans. And that's so much about so much about the job of not just vice president, but also president is like how you're communicating to the American public in an effective manner. When the actual job, as far as what's laid out in the Constitution, just says two things for vice president. One, you certify the electoral votes. Two, you break the tie if there's a tie in the Senate. Other than that, the vice president doesn't have to do anything. I mean, think about Calvin Coolidge, who literally, as vice president, just kind of hung out at his farmhouse most of the time. That's where he was when Harding died, actually, and it took a couple of days before he got the memo or the telegraph. Yeah, so it's if she had the charisma, I think that a lot of presidential candidates even possess, then it wouldn't be a problem. LBJ is my all-time favorite. He helped with civil rights voting, clean air, water, Medicare, Medicaid, and SSA. Best, quote, domestic president the USA ever had. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of ruthless in how he got a lot of that done, too. His personality kind of, I think, a lot of people struggle with that because he was, he was abrasive and a bit, maybe didn't have the integrity of other presidents. Bent the rules sometimes. But yeah, like a lot of his domestic agenda. I mean, you could make that argument for sure. I think there's a strong argument to say that he's the best domestic president we ever had, but not all that stuff has worked out perfectly. There's quite a few issues with Medicare and Medicaid, for example, and all the voting reforms didn't solve all the problems. A lot of those things were well intended, but there were unintended consequences as well. So, but yeah, he's I think often people don't bring up his domestic agenda enough. They always just focus on Vietnam. Oh, All the President's Men. Yes, I highly recommend it. About Watergate, in case you're wondering. When I think Nixon, I can't help but think Futurama. Yeah, me too these days, right? I've actually put that in some of my videos lately. Besides Nixon and maybe Trump, who was not a crook. But, well, I mean, all of them, right? Most presidents, yeah, Franklin Pierce ran over somebody with his horse. Ulysses Grant broke the law when he was speeding on a horse, so I guess they're crooks, right? Oh, that's right. Earth President Nixon, the year 3002. Get ready for it. Okay, we're back to Nixon. Yeah, let's get back to Nixon here. It could be surprising, the results for this one. Government should not censor speech, press, media. I mean, he tried to shut the New York Times up, went to the Supreme Court, didn't it? He tried to shut the Washington Post up. So I think it's not, I think it's maybe on that one. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. This is something I think he changed his views on over time. I think he originally was for a draft, and then later, I don't remember when the change happened. As far as when he was president, there was still a draft, and he still seemed to. I mean, let me double check on this one. Maybe he did stay true to it all through the Vietnam War. I know he was cool with lowering the voting age to 18 because of the draft. And he ended the draft as president. That's January 27th, 1973. Oh, there's actually a document here. Let's see what primary source. Let's go. Okay. To the Congress of the United States. The draft has been with us now for many years. It was started as a temporary emergency measure just before World War II. Well, there's a draft during the Civil War as well, but yeah. So from now on, the objective of this administration is to reduce draft calls to 0. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say he was against the draft because he definitely that's what he talked about this a lot, and so let's go back here. Now there is still technically there's the Selective Service Act is still in effect. There has not been a draft actually activated since the Vietnam War. And every male U.S. citizen has to register for the draft. I did when I was 18. Yeah, there's only been 6 conflicts. I was looking up the Korean War, and there was a draft during the Korean War. I need to make a video about that too because I don't know enough about the selective service system. I should. It's like stuff I paid attention to when I had to register. I was like, "What is all this about?" Now that I'm an old man who's not going to get drafted, yeah, and it says that Nixon signed an amendment to the Military Selective Service Act of 1967 that established conscription based on a random selection lottery. He was the one who did the lottery system. I had no idea. The random lottery system, I should say. So yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted here by the. I've learned a lot about the conscription tonight. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah, I probably disagree with that actually. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession. No. Nixon signed the Controlled Substances Act and basically started the war on drugs. That still continues to this day, by the way. So disagree on that. And disagree on that one. Student loan debt's probably still a maybe. Healthcare, I could see him kind of these days. I could see him actually taking a moderate approach on that. So we'll go maybe. Let people control their own retirement, privatize Social Security. No, I don't think so. Like he at least he didn't openly campaign on this. Replace government welfare with private charity. No. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. No. So Nixon is an authoritarian. Oh, yeah. Well, that fits his character on Futurama, doesn't it? Here we go. Here it is, Jack. Who is the KC chiefs of U.S. presidents? Oh, well, I mean, not to be confused with the New England Patriots of U.S. presidents. I would say the KC Chiefs of U.S. presidents is the Ohio boys, not to be confused with the New England Patriots, who are the Virginia dynasty, if that makes any sense to you. All right. Now we are to Gerald Ford. Oh, poor Gerald Ford. So boring compared to previous presidents. Gerald Ford, I visited his museum in Grand Rapids, Michigan, back in 2000 and what was it, 18? It was amazing. I highly recommend that place. Government should not censor speech, press, media. Yeah, agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Disagree with that one. Disagree with that one. And disagree with that one. We're going to find out all the recent presidents are conservatives or authoritarians. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debts. He never said anything about this. This was not an issue. Still wasn't an issue really until at least beginning in the 1990s, I would say. So we'll put maybe. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Yeah, he would agree on that. Let people control their own retirement. Privatize. No, he would disagree with that. Replace government welfare with private charity. Disagree with that. And cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Disagree with that. Ford's going to be probably moderate, isn't he? Yeah, barely moderate. Almost authoritarian, though. Almost authoritarian. If you're just now joining us, we are almost to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter we're taking a political quiz for him. We're going to find out where he stands on just a few issues. Unfortunately, not that many because we didn't have enough time to do a longer quiz. We're taking the world's smallest political quiz, and we're doing it for every president in American history. We started at 7 p.m. Central about 3 hours and 13 minutes ago, and we're going through all the presidents chronologically. So we've almost made it to my lifetime. Ronald Reagan, when he was president when I was born. So we are almost there, folks. So thanks for being here. Jack's been donating. Thank you so much, Jack. I feel like Nixon was the last giant personality of all presidents, a truly complex, impenetrable character. LBJ2, every president since those two has been relatively simple and uncomplicated. I never thought about it like that, but that's a good point, Jack. Well put. That was profound. Colton again. If you had to choose the best Republican president of the 1900s, who would it be? Yeah, it would be Eisenhower. Definitely Eisenhower. Or are you talking about the decade, the first decade of the 1900s? Then if that's the case, it'd be Theodore Roosevelt. But all right. Thanks for all the super chats, everyone. If I didn't say thank you, thank you. It's incredible, all your support on here. And I love answering these questions too. So back to the quiz. We found recently the trend has been more of the modern presidents are apparently authoritarian or authoritarian leaning or adjacent. So that's a fascinating thing. It says a lot about whoever created this quiz, that's for sure. I ran into a similar situation when I did the political compass quiz for every single presidential candidate or president in American history, not candidate. I didn't do all the candidates. That would have taken even longer. Whew, twice as long, actually, almost. No, so here we are. I imagine this is going to be probably authoritarian or maybe progressive for Jimmy Carter, who is still with us, 99 years young, still kicking. I love it. Government should not censor speech, press, media, internet. Agree. Military service should be voluntary. Yep. And he famously pardoned all of the Vietnam War draft dodgers who went north to Canada and came back. He pardoned them. They were fugitives, essentially. They were breaking the law. So that was a big deal. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Now, he personally was pretty conservative, and he still is a pretty conservative dude who says, I think sex should be between a man and wife, husband and wife. That's a very old-fashioned way of thinking about it. But I think in terms of laws, it's a whole new thing. I think he was actually more open-minded and still is. Maybe I'm thinking about more recent years, his views on this. So I'm going to say actually maybe agree on there. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. He definitely toned back the war on drugs after Nixon, and Ford had drawn it back a little bit too, but not much. So yeah, we'll go maybe for this one. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. That trend has pretty much continued to the present day. I don't know. He's probably more nuanced though, because he was like, hey, let's start talking about legalizing these undocumented workers. And actually, Reagan said the same freaking things. Reagan was actually, he's like, we need to do what we can to make sure that these undocumented immigrants are actually paying taxes. And, let's just let it slide. Let it slide that they got into our country illegally. Let's just get them legal. So I'm going to put maybe actually for Carter and Reagan. Just watch me. Yeah. Economic issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. He's actually said in interviews that he sympathizes with forgiving student loan debt. So disagree on this. Yeah, we know where he stands on that. Government should not be responsible for writing. Yeah, he's for some kind of universal health care. Disagree on privatizing Social Security and replacing government welfare with private charity. He famously was all about deregulation of industries, but that's not anywhere on this quiz. That would make him more libertarian, actually, but we don't have that. So this is definitely going to be a warped view of it. It's probably going to make him look like an authoritarian. Just watch. Just watch. It's going to be authoritarian. Oh, progressive. Okay. So as you might have noticed, Carter is the most progressive president in American history, according to this quiz so far. We still have yet to have a conservative, though. Man, these are still surprising me after doing this for. Yeah, this is Only the second progressive? I thought this is the third. I have to go back and look at it. Wow. Yeah, that's called amnesty, by the way. The word I was trying on the tip of my tongue. Amnesty is basically just like illegal, undocumented is a better way to put it. Undocumented immigrants, making them documented so they pay taxes. They're here. So just kind of, it's another, amnesty is another word for forgiveness. Just saying, hey, we're going to legalize these immigrants and then our country will be better for it. And so, yeah, like Carter was in that direction. He didn't really say much about that. Reagan did. And so did George W. Bush. I think George H.W. Bush maybe even did as well. So, yeah, the Overton window has definitely moved. Yeah, well put there. People forget like how Ronald Reagan was actually in some ways more in line with the Democratic Party. It's so weird to say that because the Republican Party has changed so much in my lifetime. But immigration is a prime example of that. Another example is Reagan was actually towards the end of his presidency. The reason why he was able to end the Cold War was diplomacy. He was all about. I mean, he started off his presidency trash talking, but by the end of it, he was really, truly an internationalist. In many ways, that's really out of step with the so-called America First dominant wing of the Republican Party of today. So that's yeah, exactly, right? That's it. Okay, so let's go back to the quiz. And am I missing any super chats? No, I'm all caught up. Now we're up to Ronald Reagan. We've already been talking about him. I'm definitely fascinated where this one's going to go. All right. Government should not censor speech, yada, yada. Oh, yeah, agree with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think he definitely was okay with the draft in certain situations, but generally not. I'll put maybe for that. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Oh, okay. He was very conservative when it came to this particular issue. Repeal laws prohibiting adult. No, he ramped up the war on drugs even more, actually, than Nixon did. Even more. Locked a bunch of people up, people of color especially. If you look at the crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s, and so many people that were using cocaine, but so many of the ones arrested were people of color. I actually made a video recently about this. It's very sad how he escalated the war on drugs. That was one of the worst parts of his presidency. I mentioned that also in the worst mistakes of every president video. So, yeah, he would disagree on that one. Government should not. Okay, again, so he would be more nuanced on this with amnesty. Now, economic issues, he's going to be libertarian. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Yeah, he would agree with that. Government should not be responsible for providing healthcare. Yeah, he would agree with that. He definitely sympathized toward it. He didn't straight up endorse it, but he leaned toward privatizing Social Security. I think when people called him a radical, that he backed off of it. So I'll put him in between on that one. Replace government welfare with private charity. I mean, he talked a lot about that, but as far as what actually he did, it didn't do much to do that. So we'll put him maybe as well. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Well, he talked a good game when he ran for president, especially the first time he ran for president, 1976. But when he was in office, he actually increased government spending, and he increased taxes for certain people as well. Certain situations where you saw people ended up paying more taxes under Reagan. Isn't that crazy? Look it up if you don't believe me. So yeah, this is going to be disagree, probably to the surprise of several of you. So Reagan is a moderate, leaning very close to conservatives. This is, again, I think this ties the closest, maybe second closest we've got to conservative for all the American presidents. And in some ways, I'm not surprised that he's considered a moderate by today's standards. Maybe the country is in a weird, warped direction right now. Holy crap! This gives you a lot of perspective that you just can't get in any other way. And we all know this test is biased to prefer, to make every candidate look better if they're libertarian leaning. But or like if they want the government to do anything, oh, you're authoritarian. But still, this has been eye opening because we can compare how all of them have done, and that's what I want to do. Like I'll probably put this together in a longer video or in a shorter video. This video has been ridiculously long. We've been going for 3.5 hours. I'm so sorry, but thanks for sticking around. The 588 of you that are supposedly right here right now. Maybe you're bots. I don't know. Something about Reagan. He loved Back to the Future. Yeah, I got a comments about this. Yeah, I heard an anecdote about that as well. Although that was not his favorite movie or among his favorite movies. I researched it quite a bit. I know I just released that movie about every president's favorite movie, and yeah, he still liked some of the classics more, like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. But yeah, important and relevant question. Who was your favorite Russian czar? Nicholas, obviously. Come on. Thank you for the super chat. Honka-Chonk Productions. What a name that is. Okay, we are moving on to George H.W. Bush Sr. The first election I remember vividly well was when he got elected in 1988. I was, I think, 6 years old or maybe 7 almost. And no, I'm not that good at math, but somewhere around there. Anyway, and that's when I really started to get into politics as a kid. A little bit, you could say. Got into it way more in middle school. Okay, I still think he was one of the better, if not the best, presidents in my lifetime. I think that history will prove me right, but I could be wrong. I could be an idiot. So we'll see. All right. So Bush Sr., government should not censor speech, yada, yada. Yeah, he agrees with that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I honestly, actually, embarrassingly, don't know where he stood on the draft. I should have looked them all up, I guess, before this stream, because this shouldn't be like even on this quiz. I don't think. When I search George H.W. Bush on the draft, what pops up is the supermarket scanner moment when he was like, whoa, he was so amazed by a supermarket barcode scanner like he had never went to the grocery store before. It's similar to Dr. Oz checking prices at a grocery store, or even Donald Trump. Yeah, he's like amazed by, like, I don't think he's ever gotten groceries before. Oh, Tucker Carlson recently, like the cart thing where, oh, you put a coin in the cart and then you have to return it to get your coin back. Like he had never even heard of such a thing. And it just shows you how out of touch certain people are. But no, anyway, I forgot about that. And I don't know if he was for the draft or not. I'm just going to assume he was. I mean, the draft was not, no one was activated via the Selective Service Act in the Persian Gulf War, but we'll put maybe for him on that. Does anybody in the chat know? We got some George H.W. Bush experts in the chat. Come on. Oh, thanks for clarifying, George Washington. Okay. Okay. Anyway, we're moving on. So, repeal. I'm sorry, we skipped. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I think he probably would disagree with this one, actually. He was pretty conservative with this as well. And disagree with the drugs one, too. Although the war on drugs wasn't quite as crazy under his administration as it was under the Reagan administration. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Again, I would say similar to Reagan with this, with amnesty. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Okay, I don't think he ever spoke about this, so we'll put maybe. He would say, yeah, agree, government should not be responsible for providing health care. Not privatizing Social Security, no. And disagree with replacing government welfare with private charity and cutting taxes, government spending by 50%. So George H.W. Bush is, borderline authoritarian, but also considered a moderate. And that's pretty much what I expected. Thank you, Ethan. But you looks like you were trying to ask a question here. Yes, sorry. Bush Sr.'s invasion of Panama was pretty messed up. Surely that. Oh, okay. Where's the rest of your comment? I agree it was messed up. I disagreed with that. It was just a continuation of what had been going on before, though. Whether it be Grenada when Reagan was president, what was going on in Guatemala, also during Reagan's presidency. Even Carter got caught up in some stuff. Ford got caught up with what was going on in the, not Philippines, Indonesia. I mean, it's just, there's a whole... All right. Well, sorry, Ethan, that your comment got cut off there. I think Bush and Reagan were great presidents. Yeah, I think generally they were top of the pack for sure. Okay. Now we are up to Bill Clinton. This is like my coming of age, the 90s. Good times, but the older I get, the more I realize that Bill Clinton was actually a pretty conservative guy, masquerading as a moderate, what he called third way Democrat or centrist Democrat. But yeah, like the older I get, I'm like, actually, he was pretty conservative. Now, post presidency, he's probably drifted further to the left. That's what I would say based on interviews I've seen of him over the years since he left office. But yeah, so I'm gonna base it off of he's still around, he's still saying new things, he's still learning, he's still changing his mind on issues. I'm gonna say he's still what he would say today in 2024. All right, government should not censor speech. Agree. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. Yeah, I think he's actually come out against this. I'm pretty confident he has. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I think if this was in the 1990s, he would disagree with that. But I think since then, he's become more nuanced on his opinion. Repealing laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Same thing. His views are more nuanced now. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. I think it used to be disagree, but now it's probably maybe. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. I also think that he's like if you just search right now student loan debt and Bill Clinton opinion, he's actually shared his opinion on it. Now, what he did during his presidency is a whole nother story because, again, he was more leaning to the right back then. And college was not as expensive as it is in, the last 15, 20 years. Yeah, no, I think he still kind of leans towards the conservative position if you just do a quick search online. So I would say agree with that. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. I mean, no, I think he's for universal health care. He's been, in fact, Hillary Clinton had proposed a version of something like that when he was president. That was like her big thing, and it got rejected back then, and ever since, it's been kind of dead in the water in terms of like actual legislation being passed by Congress. Closest thing we got was Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, 2009, or what was it, 2010? That was 2010, wasn't it? It's getting late. I'm getting tired. It was yeah, it was 2010. Yeah, let's check the comments here. What am I missing about? Yeah, well, we'll just put based on his more recent statements as far as healthcare. Definitely not privatize Social Security. Definitely not replace with private charity or cut taxes, government spending. So, Bill Clinton, and this is based on since his presidency as well, he is now a progressive. I would say if I would take this quiz for him, or if he actually took this quiz, in 1994, 30 years ago, it would definitely be not only moderate, but more towards the conservative side. I honestly believe that. So we have another progressive, guys. Bill Clinton is progressive. Well, if they're still alive, it's hard for me. That's a good question. Whoops, not this. It's hard for me to ignore what they've said after their presidency if they're still alive today, especially. Like I feel like you know that's what I did with Jimmy Carter as well. Even George H.W. Bush started to change his views on something. I mean, the thing is, he wasn't very outspoken about it. But Bill Clinton is, he's quiet about it. I mean, 2016 especially, he was right there with Hillary Clinton expressing his political opinions. And actually more with stronger language than he ever did when he was president. A different time for sure. Oh, thanks for the super sticker, Matthias. I appreciate that. Parker, thank you. Now watch this drive. George W. Bush is next, right? Oh, you're from Tennessee. Nice. All right. Yeah. All those presidents from Tennessee. More Tennessee love. All right. I was there last year, by the way. We were in both Memphis and Nashville. Beautiful state. Love that state. Oh, I'm glad they helped you, Kevin. And thank you. Okay. So, yeah, we got to get to, now watch me with this drive. George W. Bush. Yeah, I still think he's one of the worst presidents in American history. I mean, it doesn't matter how nice of a guy he is. He made some big mistakes as president. Big mistakes. Not just the Iraq War, but just the war on terror overall. Just the Patriot Act, even before 9/11, No Child Left Behind. He had so much potential there after 9/11 to redeem himself. He was on top of the approval rating was skyrocketed. He was a great leader in many ways after 9/11, but then it just all went to crap. And then Hurricane Katrina response was horrible. I mean, the Great Recession was under his watch, even though he didn't really have much to do with that. Of course, presidents don't control recessions, but still, how he even reacted to that too was you compare how even Trump and Biden administration reacted to the COVID-19 pandemic. They reacted better than Bush did. The Bush administration did during the Great Recession. It's kind of amazing when you really compare the two. So anyway, if you're just now joining us, no, George W. Bush is not a progressive. We're going to go to see what he actually is here. Government should not censor speech. He would probably agree. Now, that said, you know what? Okay, now we're getting into post 9/11 Patriot Act stuff where he's okay with the government spying on us, wiretapping. Oh, that's fine. We don't need a warrant. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Maybe we should put a maybe on that. Yeah. It took a dark turn after 9/11. We still haven't recovered from that. Now, most people don't care anymore about privacy. They don't, especially younger people under 40 they don't care about privacy. They say they do, but they really don't. So some of this maybe people don't even care about like I do, I guess, but military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. He disagrees with this. I'm pretty sure he does. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm basing this off memory, and now my memory is not always the best, but Hey, Joe, we're not ready for you yet. Come on now. Cut it out. Okay. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. No, I disagree on that for George W. Bush. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession. No, he disagreed with that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented. Okay, no, I disagree with that as well. Yeah. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Yeah, he would agree with that. Should not be responsible for providing health care. You'd agree with that. But for the rest of these, disagree. I should have got a drink. And there you have it. Bush Jr. is an authoritarian. A similar situation when I did the political compass test. And he's pretty close to conservative as well. So honestly, this one does not surprise me that well. So yeah. He's one of the worst presidents in American history still, easily. I would say he's probably even moved up that list in terms of, I think he was 8th worst when I did that video 5, 6, 7 years ago. Anyway, I need to update that list. One of these days, weeks, months, years, I'll do it. Don't worry. Okay. We are now up to, oh my gosh, Barack Obama. Holy crap. Okay, so Barack Obama, I said earlier that, yeah, he might, so far, it's sad to say, he might be the best president we've had in the 21st century, but I wasn't a fan. There's a lot of things I criticized him for, that's for sure. But yeah, let's see where he stands on the world's smallest political quiz. Government should not censor speech. Okay, he jailed whistleblowers. He was continuing a lot of the policies, the spying policies of the Bush administration, so we'll put a maybe for that. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I'm pretty confident that he was against, or that he's spoken out against the draft. Let me confirm this. Well, can anybody confirm in the chat about this? Obama wanted to get rid of the draft, right? All right, I'm going to think, I'm pretty sure he wants to, but I'm not 100% sure on this. Maybe we should put maybe. We should probably put maybe, and the same thing for the rest of these presidents, actually, because I think they're mostly towing the line. You know, they don't want to be bold with their stances. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I generally think, yeah, that he agrees with that. I really do. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. Definitely more nuanced than previous presidents, but still effectively continuing the war on drugs. It's still going on, like I said earlier. Government should not target, detain, and deport. Nope, disagree with that. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Now, this is also a newer thing that his opinions have evolved. And he used to not really be for this, but I think now he has, and I think he's probably helped influence actually the current president, Joe Biden, on this. So I would say, yeah, he would, he would disagree. Taxpayers should be responsible for some student loan debt. Now, the way that they word this, the more I just now thinking about this just now, like, I don't know if I would even word it that way, because when you say taxpayers are responsible, it's really like the taxpayers were never involved to begin with. And so it's a loaded statement that's wrong. But yeah, I knew what they were meaning this whole time, so that's why I never brought this up, and I didn't want to be too nitpicky. But yeah, I should bring that up. That, you know, you can make the argument that taxpayers are never in the picture to begin with, because money is made up and it's just created out of thin air oftentimes anyway. And they can just, you know, they loaned it out to begin with after making it up, so they can say that they don't get it back anymore because they made it up. You get my drift? But yeah, I don't want to go off on a tangent too much. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Now, he's if he had it his way, I think he they should be responsible. And he was always just compromising with with Obamacare. And yeah, disagree for the rest of these, obviously, for Obama. So he's probably going to be authoritarian, I bet, according to this. And he's considered a moderate, barely, right at the edge of progressive, moderate, and authoritarian. Okay, not as okay. This quiz, believe it or not, is continuing to surprise me. There are more variables than I anticipated. So we are up to everybody's favorite or least favorite president, Donald Trump. Be very interested with some people came back. It looks like they joined us. They came back for this. We got some more super chats. Okay. Before we get to Trump, what does it take to be a conservative in this quiz? Apparently, we've never had any conservative presidents in American history, according to this quiz. I think that's a great question, Nicholas. I don't know. It's kind of baffling to me. Abe, thank you, Mr. B. I just wanted to say I'm a big fan and I love your videos. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Abe. It means a lot. Brett W. Bush ran on privatizing Social Security, then focused on foreign policy after 9/11. Oh, he did run on that, didn't he? I forgot about that. Yeah, he backed off pretty quickly and never brought it up again. I think part of the reason why he didn't bring it up, though, is like it's just not a good issue to run on. That's a very polling suggests that 70% of Americans on average are against that sort of thing. So maybe that's why I forgot about that. That would have altered the results of the quiz. So dang it. Thanks for bringing that up, though. Colton, again, thank you. As a former supporter of him, he will be far right. Are you talking about Trump? I'm assuming you're talking about Trump since you just typed that. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at Trump here. I would say he's not a moderate, but let's see what this quiz says here. So, yeah, this will be interesting with the immigration one for sure. All right, let's just jump right into it, as Philip DeFranco says. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or the internet. The thing is, when he was actually in office, he didn't censor. I don't know, though. His rhetoric suggests otherwise. His rhetoric scares me sometimes in terms of wanting to silence opposition. So we'll put maybe for that one just to add some nuance there. Military service should be voluntary. Now, he avoided the draft himself. I'm pretty confident, used to say that he was against the draft. I got to find it. But I remember him saying, this was many, many years ago, that he said he was against the draft. I would assume because he got drafted. He was a draft dodger himself many times during the Vietnam War. He got out of the war because of bone spurs. It was the official reason, I think. I think Biden did too, actually. Not bone spurs, but he got at least one draft deferment from, I think, from the Vietnam War early on. Does anybody have the evidence, or am I just going crazy here? Does he have the has he officially come out against the draft? For some reason, I'm remembering that he used to say that. Maybe that was as far back as 2000. So let me just search 2000 campaign. Remember, he ran for president back in 2000 and got close to running in 2012. Yeah, I don't know. It's a I don't think anybody knows, do they? Well, shoot. We may just have to put a maybe on that one. This person put it in all caps. He opposes the draft. All right. Well, I'm going to put maybe because I can't find a definitive evidence here. I'm just going by my crappy memory. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Yeah. See, like, I think he would agree with that. There's, he's less socially conservative than most Republicans, actually. That's what's amazing. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. No, he wants to keep. He's with the status quo on that. Government should not target, detain, and deport undocumented workers. Strong disagree on that. That's for sure. That's one of his big issues. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. He would agree on that. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. Well, he used to think they should be, but he changed his views on this. This is just like with abortion. He changed his views on abortion. Privatizing Social Security is not something many Republicans have said that, but he has, I think, consistently said no to that. I'm going to double check. Now, there's people that are trying to predict what he's going to do, but no, he's defended Social Security in the past. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. All right, so we're going to say disagree on that. Replace government welfare with private charity. He's a lot of rhetoric has went in that direction as far as what he's actually done. He, hasn't really done much. So I don't think he really wants to do much of that. I mean, the thing that really, I think, got a lot of people's attention during his presidency was the tax cuts that were supposed to be across the board, but we're seeing kind of benefited the super wealthy more than anybody. Also, the massive deregulation across multiple industries that happened under his administration. So that's why I'm probably putting this in the maybe category. Cut taxes and government spending by 50% or more. Well, I mean, no, even not the taxes part. Although he is all about lowering taxes, mostly income and corporate taxes. But no, he increased government spending. He just kept it going up. And similar to Ronald Reagan, it was like they were talking about cutting government spending, but what they actually did was the opposite. So disagree with that. So here are the results for Donald Trump. And he's a moderate, according to this quiz. He is a moderate. According to the political compass test, I remember he was more authoritarian. So he's almost right there in the middle with Warren Harding. How about that? This quiz is full of surprises. Well, I mean, based on the questions we had, you got to go off the questions we had. So this is really triggering some folks. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot of his extremism is just his rhetoric. And then he will say the most crazy things, but if you actually look at the legislation, the thing that always will make him go way down on the list for me, as far as being one of the worst presidents, is the denialism of the election results. I said this earlier. If you're just not joining me in the stream, I said this quite a bit, like 3 hours ago at this point. But yeah, like that, he went from being way like more towards the middle of the pack, way down after that. And the fact that it's still ongoing, and now that he's facing all these indictments and possible convictions, he could be in prison as early as this year, even before the election. Yeah, I mean, oh gosh. So, and then we find out more and more as history we learn more history. There's stuff that we just don't know either that we'll learn in the future, that continues to change our perceptions. about the presidents. So, yeah, he probably will, right? We can all predict it. He'll do it again. He'll deny it again. He just started denying it before the election day in 2020. Some of us predicted it back then. Okay, let's do the last dude, Joe Biden, the current president. And he's gone further and further to the left the older he's got. If you go back and look at what Joe Biden was saying in the 2000s even, but even further back, the 1990s or 1980s, 1970s, he's been in politics since the early 1970s at the federal level. He's been in it that long, much longer than I've been alive, but he's been slowly going progressive more and more. So we'll see. I'm going to base this off of today in 2024, where he stands. And that's where that whole Dark Brandon meme started, is the fact that he has passed legislation that is, you could argue, is definitely more left-leaning than anything Obama ever signed into law. Okay, government should not censor speech, press, media, and the internet. Yeah, I would say he leans that way heavily. He's even talked about, he's even addressed the concerns that we've had with government spying on us. Now, it still is happening. The NSA is still collecting our data. But I would say it's better now in terms of perception, ever since Edward Snowden, to be honest. Do I want to go with a hard agree here, or maybe? It's hard for me to, considering Biden's past, it's hard for me just to do straight up agree, but I'll go ahead and do maybe. Yeah. Military service should be voluntary. There should be no draft. I think generally he's for this way, but again, it's kind of a maybe, depending on the situation. We've seen with Ukraine, he doesn't seem willing to go to war like previous presidents did. So we'll put maybe. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. I would say agree with that. Repeal laws prohibiting adult possession and use of drugs. He did something that Trump did not do, and that was he pardoned people who were in federal prison, at least for marijuana possession or cannabis possession. So he's on the right track. He's maybe there. And as far as the deporting undocumented workers, he's just continuing essentially what has been going on for decades at this point. So nothing new there. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Well, he tried to forgive some, but again, I guess I should have thought about this whole thing differently, because it's not really the taxpayers technically that are going to be responsible. But yeah, you could make the argument whatever. So disagree, because he tried to get student loan debt through, and of course the Supreme Court rejected it. But he's still actually forgiven lots of debt. Actually, he's found ways around it. Government should not be responsible for providing health care. I think at this point now, he is heavily towards the direction of universal health care. He's not all the way there because he doesn't want to lose the support of a lot of people. But he's been heavily influenced by that wing of the Democratic Party. We'll put him maybe. Let people control their own retirement? No. Replace government? No. Cut tech? No. Okay, so probably moderate again. Oh, nope. They put him at barely authoritarian, on the line between authoritarian and progressive. All right, so there we go. Sleepy Joe is an authoritarian, and Trump is a moderate, according to this quiz. I could have made a couple tweaks to this and the Trump one as well, and it probably would have made a dramatic difference, actually, because there's not that many questions on this thing. But yeah, I think all this proves is that it said that Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, and Joe Biden are authoritarians. So I think all this proves is that the maker of this quiz is a paleo conservative, is what this. Although none of them were conservative, so paleo conservative would be right about here. They'd be right in the between libertarian and conservative is where the paleo conservative would be. But nobody was there. None of the presidents were there. So maybe they hate all the presidents. I don't know. The person who created this quiz. How would I get conservative? Yeah, like if I just did this quiz, and I was just trying to get, yeah. What a surprise on how, yeah, I disagree with most of the results for most of the presidents. The political compass did a better job than this one does. Kind of sad, actually. So if I were I'm going to try to be conservative here. What would I do? This is probably what I would do. Government should not censor speech, press, media, or internet. I would probably say disagree. Military service should be voluntary. Disagree. There should be no laws regarding sex between consenting adults. Disagree. Repeal laws. Nope. Disagree. Disagree. Taxpayers should not be responsible for student loan debt. Agree. 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 And agree. That should be conservative, right? Unsure. Yep, that's 100% conservative. So if you just do disagree on every one on the first section of personal issues and agree on the economic issues, you'll get a conservative score. So that shows you the mindset of this quiz. Yeah, this is really bad. Well, again, if you want like a good political quiz to take, which I did on when I showed my political views a while back, there's the 9 axes is probably my favorite because it's thorough, but it's not ridiculously long. So that's the one I would go with. I think it's great because there's really important. There's 9 spectrums basically that it looks at, and so it ranks you on those 9 important. They call them axes, but each axis has a spectrum. So, for example, federal versus unitary. Federal is stronger local governments. Localism versus unitary is stronger federal government. Yada yada. And it's great because it shows you that, oh yeah, most of us are actually on somewhere on the spectrum. We're not either or. It's actually complicated. So anyway, we've been doing this for 4 hours. Thanks for being here. It's been a great President's Day. What have we learned from today? What have we learned? That political quizzes are generally crappy. The shorter they are, the crappier they tend to be. And I would say every president was not a conservative, apparently, including President Trump, according to that quiz anyway. And some of the better presidents are viewed as either libertarian or authoritarian. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, libertarian. FDR, Harry Truman, Abraham Lincoln, authoritarian. So I don't know what to say about that. Anyway, did I miss any super chats? Oh yeah, that was definitely a big win for conservatives, right-leaning folks, I should say. His 3 Supreme Court nominees. I think that they were probably on a list given to him. No, yeah, he's. You think he thought that out himself? No. That definitely. Oh, we got a Kennedy supporter here. Yeah, no. Again, like watch this campaign. The thing about the Kennedy campaign that you need to be aware of, Colton, though, is they have yet to get ballot access in all 50 states, and it seems to be an uphill battle. It has not been easy. So if they can't get on the ballot in all 50 states, that's a big red flag that their campaign is in trouble. So something to be aware of. Thank you, Jack, and thanks for all your support over the years. I appreciate that. I missed your last year. I'm assuming you're the same Jack L that supports me on Patreon. I missed your last few, so I'm dropping a few more coins in the pot to make up for. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Favorite History Channel, man. And you're a bot. Oh, okay. Well, you know. You're from Missouri. I didn't know that. Okay. Losing my voice hearing coughing up stuff. Ridge, hey, good to hear from you. What do you think is an underrated current development that could be historic later? Also, I got a middle school history teacher girlfriend partially from showing off cool stuff you taught. So thanks. Oh, you're welcome. That's a great story. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome. I would say as far as it's not underrated to me because it seems like I'm always bringing it up and talking to folks about it, is we are living in the beginning of the seventh party system, in my opinion. So political science dorks know that there have been 6 political or party systems in American political history. And the 6th party system began arguably with the rise of, you could say it went back as far as Barry Goldwater, but really the Reagan Revolution. And I would say it kind of continued into the 21st century, even all the way up to Obama. And now since Trump and even Bernie Sanders, like we've been entering a 7th party system. So even people that don't get elected have a big effect on the direction the country's going. Like, for example, William Jennings Bryan had a huge effect with the progressive era, even though he never became elected president. And so, yeah, we're seeing both the major parties transform before our very eyes, and they're becoming more populist and more just like kind of the horseshoe theory we're seeing. The same thing happened with the Democratic Party and the Republican Party kind of started to like agree on a lot of issues, even though they didn't realize it during the progressive era, and even during the 1950s, 1960s. Same thing, I think, is starting to happen, and we won't realize it for many years to come. So that's what I always tell people. I'm glad that your girlfriend teaches history. That's awesome. Tell her to show my videos to their to her students. Okay, so thank you so much. Thanks to all the bots, apparently. And yeah, this has been a great President's Day. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll maybe do this again next year on President's Day. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.